Hail to thee, my kindred. I hope you're all having a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, and night, wherever and whenever you are. As always, yours truly is here with another stream, with another time to do the things that I usually do, which is play a darn game. Any game. Well, not any game. The games that I can run. If they are runnable, I am playing them, most likely. I've not done all that much as of today, which is not unusual. I did come across a channel which posts rather, what's the word I wish to use? Interesting videos. More just odd and nonsensical in my opinion. I'm sure there is artistry and whatnot involved, but that is for each individual person to judge for themselves. The channel on YouTube I'm talking about is, I don't even know how to pronounce this. Swanhild is the second part of the name, but Ljot. Ljot altogether. And then Swanhild. Goofy, very stroby videos, so be careful of that. They are entertaining though, so I can't complain all that much, despite their energetic sensation, I guess. That's what I'll say. Despite the energetic nature of the videos and its strange little oddities here and there, they're quite short, so you can enjoy basically all of them if you manage to sit yourself down and watch them. I don't know how long it would take though. Probably quite a while. I also watched a cute little animation by Brawler's World on YouTube as well. Only one, their most recent work, which might be their only, I think. Hold on. Nah, they've had other videos over the years, but their most recent animation over on YouTube, it's gotten a lot of attention. 53k views compared to their usual, roughly 1k, a little more or a little less than roughly a k views, which is good for them. Good for them. Might watch more of these later on my own, obviously. After stream. They've got all kinds of links in their YouTube as well, so you can go check that out. Anyhow, I also had been playing games that had been pissing me off. Two of them, both shooters of a kind that are very difficult and have made me quite frustrated. Pissy, some might even say. I managed to play the second of those two games a little bit more calmly, but I'm not gonna lie and say that I was completely calm and not tweaking out at any time. Outside of that, I suppose we'll head on in with the game. As always, check the description below for the website on which the game is on, and you can check for any specific warnings and or triggers of the content. And you can also click on each individual arc so that you can see, ahead and or before, if you've not seen any previous parts, what, content warnings are placed there for each individual arc. Without further ado, let's head on forth. And let's see, lest I remember, we were back in Wonderland, and things were immediately different due to the fact that once we experienced the rabbits heading towards us, which was one also different from the usual adventure into Wonderland. They were coming toward the house you usually hop into, I guess is the way I would put it, if I had to put it in any other way, because Iggy and Genzo go down the hole, they are in the house, then they're kind of having a back and forth a little bit. They cause a little bit of a noise, I think they do. Anyhow, something happens, they think they caused the rabbits to pay attention to them, and so they're kind of freaking out a little bit. Then they hear a voice from the outside. There's a guy that's like, hey, I've got my permit here, I've got my permit, blah, blah, blah. And the rabbit checks it out, and then the rabbits leave and continue on. And then we go outside, we meet the gentleman. I forgot the gentleman's name, I'm not gonna lie. Something kind of fancy, something memorable, something that characters are usually named in like other things that I think, at least things I've watched and or known about. It's a kind of, I wouldn't say common per se, but some butler man that apparently works for Gidget was sent to the house to retrieve mainly Iggy, not really Gunzo. He takes us to a horse-drawn carriage. Iggy and Genzo are in the horse-drawn carriage. We are now being taken to the village in which Gidget resides in. I assume that's also going to be not normal. Maybe it will be relatively normal. Maybe there'll be a big house. The one question in mind is why is... Because last time around, what was different in the last loop was the way that Iggy was treated by... I forgot his name. Orlam. There we go. Sorry about that. My mind took a little while to remember. But yes, what was different the last time around when we went through the loop was that Orlam was treating Iggy with a lot of pampering, essentially, for a lack of any better word. And so I feel as though we may not see that much of a difference this time around. That could be incorrect, though, when we get to Orlam. We shall see. We don't even gotta worry about Orlam today. We just gotta worry about Gidget and the question of why everything's all of a sudden different. What has caused her... I suppose I shouldn't be too surprised, right? Because we did treat Gidget differently this time around, right? We actually hung out with her. I also forgot about that part. We hung out with her, which I guess changed this interaction. We shall see how things go then. I crack open my eyes. The world is colorful and bleary. My head is cloudy. Pillow soft beneath my cheek. I must have fallen asleep? I don't really remember. At some point, my memories had simply drifted off into black nothingness. Right, we were having flashbacks as well to the prom night, or after prom, where Gidget... I remember Gidget sending Orlam away, saying that, I assume Genzo needed help with something, and Orlam was red-faced, was very flushed because of what happened in the bouncy castle, which, alluded to certain things. Like, if you start connecting the dots, it's like, oh, certain things happened here. Yikes. Maybe. That's still a maybe. We don't know exactly what, but considering Genzo's drunkenness that night and Orlam's nature, let's just say it that way, at least his nature at the time, you can sort of see some allusions here. The calming lull of the carriage rocked beneath us had probably knocked me right out. I blink away the crust and sleep in my eyes, allowing the light to drift in and the world to sharpen. Everything is tilted just slightly sideways. Poor Genzo. Poor Genzo is just like trying to keep to himself. And I realized with a start that the pillow cradling my head and the one I'm currently drooling on is not a pillow at all, and is in fact Genzo's head. My whole body is slumped up against his like some kind of limp doll. Genzo himself is just sitting there, staring straight ahead, his arms locked across his chest, and I'm assuming he remembers or at least has some gut feelings about the last time in which we were rather crude toward them. Shit, I groan and I push myself up anyway in a way. The drool forms a nice sagging arc between his cap and my lips. Ew! Icky! Not Iggy, icky with a K. I-C-K-Y. There we go. Almost forgot one letter. I must have to doze off. I bring a hand to my forehead, pressing my palm into my eyes. Genzo just grunts. I toss a glance outside. We're still surrounded by trees. How long has it been? Genzo scratches at his head. Not that long, really. Though I can't help but feel that he's lying. Let me, ask, I guess. He grabs the edge of the table in an attempt to pull himself forward and out of the tight grip of the seat, leaning towards the closest window. Yo, Cease! How much longer we got in this thing? It's no response. Cease! He pounds the side of the carriage with his fist. Hello up there? Someone shoved dicks in your ears or what? When there's still no response, he falls back with a disgruntled sigh, once again squeezing my pelvis into the side of the seat. Fucking clipboard carrying jackoff. Cecil, that was his name. I think. If I'm remembering correctly, Cecil. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think that's a common name at all, but, you know. If that is his name, there's only like one character at the top of my mind that is named Cecil, and that would be Cecil from Invincible. I let my gaze drift back towards the scenery. The trees are still there, but they're growing sparser, and I swear I can hear far-off sounds of life. Wheels rolling across cobblestone, the clank of tableware, doors opening and closing. Wait, maybe I start. And all of a sudden, the carriage comes to an abrupt stop, and the two of us go lurching forward. The edge of the table slams into my ribs, and I let out a sputtered grunt. I'm really starting to dislike this guy, Genzo mutters. I hear what sounds like Cecil hopping down from the front of the carriage, followed by footsteps approaching the front door. It opens with a jerk. We've arrived. Thank fucking God! Genzo practically launches himself out the opening. His foot must have gotten caught on the edge of the carriage though, because his launch quickly turns into freefall, and he face plants into the ground in front of Cecil's feet. Cecil looks down at him in disdain, then holds up a silent hand to assist my own descent. I can't help but feel some kind of princess as I take it, gingerly avoiding Genzo's prostrate form on the cobblestone as I stepped onto the ground. My gaze goes immediately to our surroundings. We're in some kind of small village. Quaint white and dark wood cottages surround us on all sides, and puffing chimneys punctuate the uneven horizon. Sorry about that. First yawn of the stream. But, hey, seems like the village is not in fact changed. Maybe Gidget's house, I assume, may be different. Sorry, I'm rubbing something out of my eye. This is incredibly familiar. And not just from my childhood memories either. It feels far too recent for that. Gidget's here? I ask, as though there could be any doubt. Cecil makes some kind of affirming murmur in the back of his throat. The mistress was hoping you would join her for dinner tonight. In the meantime, you may rest at the inn. My brain says no, but my stomach says yes. So much to my jargon, I accept this culinary invitation. Cecil looks at him. blinks. It's a dinner for two. Genzo presses his lips together, looking positively affronted. You know, Cease, you're really starting to grate on my last nerve here. He cracks his knuckles with a twitch of his head. I bring my hand to Genzo's shoulder. It's fine, Genzo. We need to figure out what's going on here anyway. It'll give me a chance to talk with Gidget, so please? Genzo winces. His gaze drops. Right, of course, sure. Then he grins, but I can tell it's forced. Go back. Welcome, Viewbot. Hail to thee. I hope you're having a wonderful day today, no matter what time of the day it is. Do not worry, you have not missed much. I shall go over what you have missed, which is the fact that we have arrived to the town, the village, I should say. And Genzo fell on his face. And, well, first of all, I think we fell asleep last time. Then we woke up. So we woke up. We were, obviously leaning on Genzo because the carriage is small. We talk a little bit about nothing really. Have we gotten there yet? No. We get there. Genzo gets out of the carriage, falls on his face. Cecil here helps us out because that's his job. And now we're told that we are expected to meet Gidget at a dinner for two between Iggy and, obviously, Gidget. And Genzo's like, I can't wait. And the guy, Cecil, is like, it's a dinner for two, bro. So Genzo's possibly not gonna be there with us, and that's really where we're at right now. So you didn't miss all that much, trust. Then he grins, but even I can tell it's forced. Don't worry about me. I'll find something around here. It's not like I'm not used to dining in solitude. Now it's my turn to wince. Just had to die a few times for new characters to show up. Shush. I don't think the dying... Well, I mean, I guess canonically the dying did in fact have something to do with it, but that's neither here nor there. I'm not given time to dwell on the depressing state of Genzo's daily routine. Cecil coughs, pointedly, waiting for us to look at him, then cocks his head. If you gentlemen would follow me. He turns on his heels with an abrupt twist, hands in his pockets as he wanders off towards one of the nearby buildings. Genzo and I can only shuffle along after him, my brain already spinning 1,000 anxious threads about what dinner will bring, and where the night will lead. Hey, at least the text is one thing I gotta say about this text that, other games sometimes I struggle with, is that the text is readable. I enjoy that very much. I putter about my room until nightfall. I don't really know what else to do, and my twisting bowels are doing their best to ensure I can't get any actual rest. I do take a shower, though, wash myself up, lie on the bed in my room, and stare at the ceiling, fingers laced across the nausea in my belly. About the time when my stomach is starting to growl and hunger rather anxiously, Cecil comes to get me. Cecil! I need you, Cecil! I'm sorry. I had to do it at least once. I was wondering, because on the website for the game, you do see Carrot has placed, images of the game, certain snapshots, and you do see Cecil in one of them, so I was wondering when this character would show up, because, I was remembering, I was like, isn't there, one more guy, and I thought that guy was gonna be the girl we talked to in the receptionist at Orlam's, apartment place, but apparently it's not. Nah, I think you just have trouble reading. Maybe. Mayhaps. He doesn't say anything, just staring at me over the dark circles beneath his eyes. He's just like me, though. Then twist on his heels to lead me downstairs. I don't see Genzo on our way outside. I wonder if he's still in his room. I'm not given long to think about him, however. At the moment we exit the indoors, my breath is stolen by the awaiting scenery. The whole town has been turned into a glittering landscape of gold. Soft yellow lanterns hang from the eaves of almost every building, and strands of golden lights line the winding streets, almost like the lightning bugs floating in the night sky. My mind goes instantly to the types of fairy tale towns I'd seen in picture books as a child. There is something almost magical about the sight, and I feel like the hair on my arm I feel the hair on my arm stand up from the sheer wonderment. Do keep up. Cecil's uninterested voice snaps me from my reverence. Reverie? Reverie, yes. And I realize he's already a good number of paces ahead of me. I jog to catch up, head still on a swivel as we make our way down the light dappled path. I wonder where we're going. Then I realize I already know. That's right. Sorry about that. Sorry if my reading's a little bit weird or loud. It's like I'm trying to speak a little bit more legible. What? That's not the right word. I'm trying to practice speaking at a volume that is actually hearable. We're going to the pier. We always go to the pier. Winding and weaving, we follow the path downward, and I see the dark expanse of the water come into view. And in front of that expanse, the strands of light form a glimmering circle, like a halo, with a small table below it. And the table is done up in sparkling finery, crimson tablecloth, silver cutlery, glinting wine glasses, dancing candles. Yeah, you think the music just drowns me out sometimes, but not that often? Yeah. And surrounding the table itself are about 50 flowers worth of petals, adorning the ground like scattered snowflakes. This is, I instinctively gulp. Beads of sweat are already starting to form along my hairline. This way, Cecil gestures me further along, and as we near the water, I see her. She's standing alongside the railing, looking out across the lake. But she turns around at our approach. Gidget. For the second time that night, I find my breath stolen from me. She looks gorgeous. Soft smile playing on her lips, eyes quivering, blonde hair cascading down her back like shimmering gold beneath the glow of the hanging lights. I must look like a deer in the headlights because she brings her hand to her mouth with a little laugh. Hey, you. Hi. I raised my hand awkwardly. What the fuck is wrong with me? Pre-SA? I don't think it's gonna happen this time around, honestly. I think because of the way we started this loop and this day before we even got to Wonderland, I think things might be pretty different. She takes her step in my direction, throwing a shy glance at the table, our surroundings. They set it up for me. I didn't realize it was going to be so extravagant. I loop a hand around my neck, unloop it, shuffle my feet. Oh, right, Gidget's hands go to her cheeks. The people here, and they've really been taking care of me. A laugh. When I said you were coming and that it'd be nice to have a dinner, they kinda... She makes a semi-panicked motion with her hands as she throws another embarrassed glance at the table. Honestly, I don't know how much I believe her. I'll be a little bit honest. Because she's not, it's not, not to say I'm suspicious of her, but with that one flashback of how she convinced Orlam to sort of skedaddle away so that it can be just her and Iggy, I wouldn't be surprised if she kinda, plucked at some strings here and there in order to get this done, but maybe let's take her at just face value for now. I took things into their own hands. Oh, I see. But anyway, let's eat. Cecil said he's arranged all the food. Wanted to make sure we had the best. I throw a glance at Cecil, who's standing a few paces off, looking as disagreeable as ever. I can't imagine him wanting the best for anyone. Sure, that sounds good. We start for the table. I'm just about to sit down when I see Gidget just standing next to her chair. Cecil clears his throat, loudly. Oh, right. I pull at my collar. I pull at the collar of my shirt anxiously, then step over and pull Gidget's chair out so she can sit. Gidget looks pleased as punch. Cecil looks like he wants to murder me in my sleep. Cecil just like, he's like, are you serious, bro? Don't you know the first thing about a date, about, proper etiquette? This man, he's gonna be the death of us. I swallow nervously, then slide into the chair opposite of Gidget. Cecil begins pouring wine into our glasses. So, I start, hands going from the table to my lap, and then back down to the table. Let me check on something real quick, sorry. Okay, we're good. But Gidget speaks up before I can find my words. I knew you'd come, she said softly. You did? She nods, a shy smile playing on her lips. Something inside me, I just knew. I could feel it. A laugh. Even down to the day, isn't that weird? That's how I was able to send Cecil to pick you up. I hope the ride was comfortable? Oh, yeah. It was fine. Great. No point bringing up the seating situation now, especially with Cecil practically breathing down my neck. I do know what you mean, though. I've had, similar feelings myself. That things are familiar somehow. It's been weirding me out since I got here. Right? Like, how in the world could any of this be familiar? Gidget laughs. The sound of it reminds me of orange soda somehow. That's a strange thing, but to each their own. Her gaze softens, drops to the table. And yet, it is. Almost like this is right. This is where we're supposed to be. What we're supposed to be doing. The side of my mouth twitches. I'm not quite sure I share her opinion. I open my mouth to say something. Only for Cecil to cut me off with a plate full of food. Your dinner. Oh, thank you. He places it in front of me. A steaming hot plate with vegetables, potatoes, and a large steak at its center. It certainly looks delicious. Just the smell of it sends my saliva glands into harmonious ecstasy. It looks amazing. Thank you, Cecil. Shall I provide musical accompaniment for the evening? I said that word so wrong. Accompaniment, there we go. Oh, that would be wonderful, Gidget brings her hands together with a smile. Would you? I would be delighted, he responds, completely deadpan. He shoots me another look of disdain, before pulling a violin out of who knows where and jumping promptly into a romantic interlude. I feel like, the whole townspeople looking at us with disdain and distrust and just not liking us has been a thing since the beginning. They just don't like that we have Gidget's attention. But they can't do anything about it because Gidget wants us here. So, Fuck him, I guess. I don't know. Gidget closes her eyes as she listens, looking completely content. Well, Gunzo did say that she was sort of a sucker for this, romantic kind of stuff, so makes sense. I remember that from the talk where, homeboy Iggy, that was prior to us going into Wonderland, Gunzo and Iggy met at a bar, and then Iggy admitted that, like, he's not into, like, sex at all. And that he thinks it's gonna, like, because, you missed it. There's more. I forgot that there's more to explain to you, Viewbot. So basically, you know how in the previous loop we hung out with Orlam for a while? You saw the VOD? Okay, thank the gods. Okay, good. I was like, fuck, I'm gonna have to explain. Thank you for viewing the VOD, by the way. Thank you. But okay, so you already know. I was gonna be like, fuck, I have to explain like 4 hours worth of shit. I hesitate. I take a hesitant sip of my wine. Uh, where, where did you get this guy? Oh, Cecil? She brings her finger to her shin, gaze turning skyward. Well, I needed someone to help plan and arrange all my shoots, so I guess you can say he's kinda like my agent. A laugh. But after a while, he started helping me out with other things as well. It's gotten to the point that I don't know what I'd do without him. Poor guy just got dragged along. Should have just lied and let me ramble for 10 minutes. That would have been a waste of 10 minutes. I would have strangled you. I would have strangled you if you let me do that. I throw a weary glance in Cecil's direction. He certainly seems... The music stops. Cecil's eyes turn toward me. This fucker. Dependable? I finish with a start. He must be satisfied with this, as the music begins anew. I want to go back to that, hold on, so that I can take a little screenshot of that. just the eye contact between these two fuckers. He is not having any of it. Okay, there we go. He must be satisfied with this as the music begins anew. Gidget just smiles. She picks up her wine glass, swirls it around, staring at the revolving liquid. Also, he was there for me when I first got here. I was a bit of a mess, to be honest. I had all over the place, and a bit of a dark place. I see her lips tremble. I don't know, it was like... There was a moment when I just needed someone desperately, and then he was just... there? My thoughts go immediately to the moment in the car. The way she looked at me afterwards. Dark, just the way her eyes are now. I can't help but feel like I'm the one responsible. Kinda, yeah, maybe a little bit. And that's great though. Yeah, that's great. I take an overly large sip of my wine. You said, shoots. That means you're doing modeling gigs here then? Is that right? Mm-hmm. She brightens up at this. Oh, Iggy, you should have seen me. I'm having the time of my life. Everybody here loves me. I've never felt so alive. So right? Like, finally everything I've done is paying off. That's fantastic. Everyone loves me the way I am now. I got so many compliments all the time about how beautiful I am, about my hair. But we know you don't like that. You don't feel natural this way. You don't feel like you hate this. You hate this. We know this. About the outfits. Oh God, Iggy, you should have seen some of the gorgeous outfits I get to wear down here. Sounds great. You know, I think we want to keep her just joyful for now. I don't see any reason to bring back the memory of, like, the car. That's kind of a whiplash. But at the same time, yeah, it's like, what about what you said in the car? You know, like, I remember the car conversation. That's not gone. I mean, jeez. Second option, always. maybe. You know, we wanna keep it grounded. We wanna like remind her. We wanna be like, hey, like the conversation, you know? What about what you said in the car? Something about what she says makes me twitch. Like a weird, wriggling worm in the back of my brain. A nagging shadow of guilt. What about, what you said back in the car? Hmm? She cocks her head to the side. I mean, now I'm starting to feel awkward. And then Cecil gives you a black eye. Maybe I shouldn't have... Maybe I shouldn't even say anything? She looks so happy now after all. But at this point, I've already brought it up. So, running a shaking hand through my hair, I continue. About, not knowing who you are anymore? Like if this is really what you want to do? And who you want to be, my mind continues, though the words stopped short on my tongue. She simply stares at me for a moment, and I see the side of her mouth twitch ever so slightly. But then the smile returns, a little too wide. Oh, that? That was, just me overthinking things like normal. I do that a lot, especially when I get kinda down, you know? But, yeah, I mean, now that I'm here, I've got it all figured out. And I know exactly who I am. Now it's my turn to cock my head. You do? Of course, she splays her hands for emphasis. Everybody down here, they love me. Showed me how beautiful I really am. Showed me that this is who I'm meant to be. And they all love me so much, Iggy. They made me feel like some kind of goddess. And now, she starts before suddenly going shy, gaze falling to the table. Now I can see why. I thought that this place had already granted me everything I wanted, but perhaps my greatest wish is still yet to come. Her gaze tilts back up, eyes looking straight at me, through me, and I feel a strange shiver run up my spine. I stuff a fork full of vegetables into my mouth. Good. Veggies are good for you. Especially when you're in your 30s. And considering what you eat for breakfast, I still remember this man, Iggy, he has whatever snacks he can find in his cupboards and freaking basically the chocolate version of Rice Krispies. Like the cereal. To be honest, I always think about you during my shoots, wanting to make you proud. I've been wanting you to see me so bad, to see what I've been able to do here. My face is starting to grow warm. I wanted to show you how beautiful I've become. She looks down at this, her own cheeks going pink. So I could be your angel. I promptly choke on a green bean. Eyes watering, I thump on my chest. Iggy? Gidget jumps half up out of her chair, and Cecil's music comes to a tonal halt. I spread out a series of phlegmy coughs before I'm finally able to expel the bean from my throat, sending it flying back onto my plate with a gooey flop. Gidget smiles nervously at me, forcing a chuckle. Are you, okay? Sorry, yeah, just, went down the wrong tube. I reach immediately for my wine glass and down about half of it in one gulp. Incredible, Riz. Listen. It's been proven that if you cause a little bit of adrenaline to rush through your partner during a date, they are more likely to like you at the end of it. Which is why things like scary movies are, a good idea when you think of going on a date with somebody. But that's, neither here nor there. That or walking on a bridge that's one of those rickety old wooden ones. And Gidget sits back down, and Cecil sits back to his violin with a look of resentment in my direction. All I can do is stare down at the half-chewed bean sticking out from my mushed potatoes. This is going to be a long night. Wait. Sorry, that like violin actually it was kind of nice. It like the tune is stuck in my head a little bit. Fortunately, the rest of dinner goes by without much fanfare. Good idea, Gelato. If I ever go on a date, I'm aggressively grabbing my partner's wrist. Not like that, buddy. Not like that, but sure. We talk about her shoots, what else she's been doing down here, which brings up the topic of Orlam. Oh, right. Orlam's here, isn't he? But like everything at this point, this comes at no surprise. Of course Orlam's here. Where else would he be? Gidget recounts a tale of one of his castle parties and grandiose pageantry. It's weird listening to her tell it, almost like I can picture it in my mind. See him in my mind. She describes them dancing, and I can feel us dancing. My fingers between his, my hands on his hip, or his hands on my hips. It's the strangest sensation. And I'm all of a sudden overcome with a guttural sense of loneliness, as though a piece of myself is missing. A piece that fits nicely curled up against my side. Tufts of orange hair tickling my bare arm. I shake my head to dispel the thoughts. This is getting weird. But at this point, I've stopped questioning just about everything. Right, because we we got really buddy-buddy with Orlam last time. I still remember that one, like, piece of, the pictures they showed where it's just Iggy playing video games while Orlam is just straight up having an orgy in the background. That shit was out of nowhere. I was like, damn. Just like that? How can you even focus with all the sound, bro? I don't think he even had headphones on, which is the funny part. When Gidget asks what's wrong, I simply laugh it off. Laugh him off. Right, it's nothing. None of that's real. Gidget is real. In front of me. Looking at me. Waiting for my answer. That's right. I need to tell her. But no matter how I try, the words get stuck in my throat. Would you still want to be my angel if you knew? The smile on my lips quivers. Knew what I'd never been able to do for you. Thinking about the answer shames me, and my throat clenches even tighter around the words. Once dinner is finished, we leave Cecil to clean up the table and start back for the inn. We take a roundabout way up through the winding roads, just gazing up at the lights and the dark expanse of the sky. At some point, Gidget's hands finds mine, and I don't pull away. Her fingers are soft in mine, warm, secure, a comforting presence keeping me tied to reality and free from the cloying grip of my self-doubt. When she smiles at me, something unclenches inside of my chest. I feel at home. We near the top of the hill, back into the main square. I can see the end just on the other side. Our walk will be over soon. Our talk will be over soon. You're gonna be background noise for a bit, save all your questions for Viewbot later? Sure thing. I don't mind that. And I haven't told her yet. My heart, starts to pick up again. I have to do it now. But the thought of the light vanishing, from her face, her fingers slipping from mine, never to reach out for them again, steals the words every time they dance across my tongue. Iggy? I feel her come to a stop, so I stop, too, looking back at her. She looks at me. At the ground. I feel her fingers tighten around mine. I'm sorry. she finally says. For what? For that day back in the car, she presses her lips together. It it feels like forever ago to me now, but there hasn't been a day when I haven't stopped thinking about it. Haven't regretted it. I I shouldn't have pushed myself on you like that. I just Her shoulders start to shake. Then I see the tears come. First tiny sparkles that dance on her eyelashes, then morphing into rivers that wind down her cheeks. Hey, hey, hey! I reach forward before I have the chance to think about it, pulling her into my arms. She buries her head into my shoulders. I'm so scared, Iggy. Scared of what? I feel like if I lose you, I lose everything. Well, that's because your life has been surrounding Iggy for God knows how long. I don't blame her, though. You know, love does stupid things like that. Stupid, stupid things. This makes my brows furrow. Just... I sit on this a moment, pondering it, then slowly... Why would you say something like that? She rubs her face into the fabric of my shirt, leaving streaks of snot and tears. I don't know. I don't know. It's stupid. I just feel so lost sometimes. But not when I think of you. When I think of you, everything makes sense. A pause. I feel like you're my one you're my one chance. A sniff. The only one who could like someone like me. Gidget. I just so desperately want to make you happy. To be perfect for you. So we can have the perfect life. Something twists inside of me. And I'm not sure if it's related to the residual guilt still building in my gut, that the fact that her words hit terrifyingly close to feelings I've entertained myself, or something else entirely. I pull back with a frown. She looks down at me, her eyes watery and streaked. I feel my muscles move on instinct, and almost like I'm being pulled by some invisible force. I reach forward, lifting my toes ever so slightly, and press my lips to hers. Her eyes open wide at first, then squeeze tight, her tears flooding their corners as her arms go around my neck. Fuck, it feels so good. Just holding each other like this, her lips wonderful against mine, sweet against mine, washing everything else away. Yeah, but you're not explaining things as the issues, you know, you're kinda, in a weird way, kinda misleading her a little, I would say. Like, this is fine if you've already, talked about the things that are important to this potential relationship, what you cannot provide to her in the same way others could. But then again, I understand the fear, and I understand emotions can be very much pulling. Make us do things. Make us think that things are the correct options, the correct way, the correct actions at times. So, you know, passion, I suppose is the way to put it. Passion is just being passion. And when I pull back and see her cheeks rosy and her mouth cocked in that usual off-kilter grin of hers, I can't help but think that she's just the cutest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. She brings a hand up to wipe at her tears, to wipe at her eyes with a phlegmy chuckle. God, look at me. It's okay. I probably don't look much better myself. Silence settles over us as we simply stand there, identical awkward grins on our faces. What do I do now? I've never been in this situation before. Does she expect me to do something? To say something? I bring a hand to my forehead. I'm feeling sweaty again. Sorry, I'm really bad at this, I finally say, voice cracking. It's okay. I am too, honestly. Gidget brings her hands up with a little wave, her gaze dropping in nervous uncertainty. Do you want me to walk you home? I glance around, suddenly feeling quite stupid. Not that I know where your home is. Gidget just laughs. It's just that little house down the road. The people here got it ready for me a little while after I arrived. Alright then. I'll walk you to the little house down the road, I say with an undoubtedly dorky grin, then re-find her hand. I would be delighted if you'd walk me there. Walk me there, good sir. She gives a little half bow, half curtsy thing with a snorted laugh. Then the two of us are making our way along, back down the path, interlocked hands swinging between us like high school sweethearts. For once I feel fucked. Fucking fuck. I didn't tell her. I stare at the ceiling of my room back in the inn, fingers clenching at my cheeks and pulling down the skin around my eyes. I had one thing I needed to do, and I couldn't even do that. If anything, I probably just made it worse, because now she has, like, expectations. Now she's going to assume things of me, hope things of me, and I'm going to let her down. Oh, fuck, I'm going to let her down. I roll over onto my side, bringing my knees against my chest. Fuck. She's going to hate me. I'm going to break her heart. Already the telltale heat is building up beneath my eyes, tears pricking the corners. And the nausea is back with a vengeance, cruel and bitter as it eats away at my heart. Before I can completely lose myself to my misery, however, there's a knock on the door. I blink my eyes. Sit up. Who could... I wipe at my face to erase the bleary traces of tears, push myself to my feet. But as I'm taking a step to the door, a wave of deep guttural fear washes through me. I stop. Why does the door suddenly feel why does opening the door suddenly feel like an incredibly bad idea? I look down to see my fingers shaking, and when I swallow, my throat feels unbearably tight. Cold steel pressed against my neck, snipping. But I shake my head, will away the thoughts, stupid. I step toward the door and turn the knob. But I stop before I can finish. It's not Gidget. It's Genzo. And looking mildly shell-shocked too, as though he'd just forgotten everything he'd been about to say. Is all he manages. His eye twitching. What is it? I run a tired hand through my hair. He bites down on his lip with a frown. Looks up. Down. Then finally breaks out in an overly wide grin. How'd it go, huh? I wince. This is not really what I need right now. But at the same time, familiar company does seem more preferable than drowning in my thoughts. I nod for him to come in with a little grunt. He steps inside, almost nervously, looking around the room as he smooths down the front of his jacket. It went great and horrible, I finally say with a sigh. He plops down on the bed. That's what we learned individuals like to call an oxymoron, Iggs. I didn't tell her. Genzo's brows arc. You didn't tell her? No! I sink down next to him before falling flat on my back, hands on my face. I chickened out, okay? I just couldn't fucking do it. He looks back at me, his eyes tight, then brings a hand onto my knee with a reassuring squeeze. It's okay. These things take time sometimes. I just groan. His words provide me no comfort. I couldn't stop thinking about how she'd hate me once I told her that I'd ruin everything, that she wouldn't be able to look at me the same way anymore. There's a long, pregnant pause after this. Genzo seems to be looking at the far wall. Silent, still. So still, in fact, that if it weren't for the gentle rise and fall of his shoulders, I would have sworn he'd died right there in his introspection. He shifts again, then finally flops onto his back next to me, both of us just staring up at the ceiling. I see his mouth open. Close. Close it. Let me take a little picture. I have something I never told someone too. Oh, do you now? I wonder what it could possibly be. That was a joke. Really? You? I laugh in spite of myself. You've always said the first thing that pops out into your mind, into your head. That makes him smile. Hey, I don't deny that. More silence. I curiously, I toss a curious glance at him. He's got his lips pursed together, and is blinking just slightly too rapidly. He says, his voice crackling. Then he shifts his hand over, on top of my forearm, fingers curling around it softly. He goes still again, just lying there, stomach moving up and down with his breath. And I feel his fingers tighten. They leave clammy dents on top of my skin, and I hear him swallow. Then, his grip loosens, and he gives my arm a little pat, almost as though praising a dog that's just performed an impressive trick. Just don't be like me, he finally says, though his voice is noticeably strained. I throw another glance at him, but his gaze is still pointed upward. All that, all that for that? I cock a brow. That makes him laugh. You know me, now I'm a sucker for theatrics. More like you're just weird. That, that too. I let my gaze return to the ceiling. Now both of us are just staring up at it again. That expanse of white overhead, threatening to swallow us whole. God, we're already an hour into this. Time is flying a little quick. I poke at my eggs, watching the joke run out of the pocket white fluff. Run over. I poke at my eggs, watching the yolk run out over the pocket white fluff. It mixes in with the bacon and hash brown like molten yellow lava. Oh my god, hash browns would be so good! I did this morning have scrambled eggs with diced, like, sliced turkey meat and what's it called? Bell pepper and some bread this morning. But my goodness, I want to go to like an IHOP or something. Again, I rarely go to any of that kind of stuff. Just to have some hash browns, dude. Just for some hash browns. I guess I could theoretically also just go to McDonald's. Just go to McDonald's, order some hash browns for like $1 something. I fork off a piece of egg white, and stir it slowly in the slop. Then toss a glance at Genzo, sitting kitty corner from me at the table and currently stuffing about 5 slices of bacon into his mouth at the same time. You eating that or creating an abstract masterpiece, he says through flecks of crisp char. I grunt something incoherent, then lift a piece of egg in the air and scrutinize it like a laboratory specimen. Not super hungry, I guess. Yeah, 'cause someone got to hug out and on highfalutin what the fuck? Yeah, because someone got to hug out on highfalutin comestibles all evening. Other less fortunate souls at this table had to make do with His Royal Majesty's table scraps. You said Miss Graham made you hamburger pie. Genzo raises a finger, lowers it. That's beside the point. I'm talking about an unfair disparity here, Iggs. Unfair disparity! He pokes his fingers into his palm with each syllable. We're seated at one of the tables on the ground floor of the inn. It's almost empty, just a few other patrons partaking in their morning refections. Though Miss Graham is making sure everyone stays topped on coffee and juice. Ah, that would be nice. Like a little... I don't know. Just going to like a local inn. I don't think those really exist anymore, though. Sadly. Like a family run inn. It would be cool. Would be cool. I finally bring the dripping morsel of egg to my mouth, grinding the pulpy whiteness beneath my back molars. And it's at this moment that the front door to the inn slams open. Good morning! I give such a jump that my kneecap whacks against the table and I lose my grip on my fork. It falls to the floor with a clatter. A Gidget waltzes toward us, Cecil behind her as usual as I scrounge around for it. You're in a good mood, Genzo muses as he wipes off his mouth. I'm in a fantastic mood. Gidget takes the seat opposite of us with a flourish, resting her shin across her intertwined fingers. She's got a different dress on, a green one this time, with a mashing hat obscuring the blonde crown of her head. Okay, quick question, Viewbot, if you could answer this. Is it actually green or am I tripping? Because I see this dress as like blue. Like a type of blue. I mean, it could be like technically a greenish blue. It looks like a type of blue to me. And I'm pretty sure I don't got any you know. It could just be no, there is green though. Green is a color that they've used for eyes. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just like, it would not be the first time I'm like, oh, this is purple, and then somebody goes, actually, it's like a very dark kind of red, and it's like, oh, okay, gotcha, you know? And why shouldn't I be? This is a time for celebration, no? Celebration, I ask, as my fingers finally wrap around the handle of the fork. I sit back up, looking back and forth between Gidget and Cecil, who's standing more solely behind her, hands against his back. What for? Gidget's cheeks flush, and she turns her gaze downward. Well, you know, for this and that. But then seems to snap back. But mostly to celebrate your arrival, of course. Isn't that reason enough to celebrate? She waves a flippant hand back at Cecil. Show him, Cecil. Play the horn of celebration. Cecil pulls what looks like a rubber car horn out of his pocket and gives it a squeeze with a look of barely constrained self-loathing. It sounds like a dying goose. A chunk of bacon drops from Genzo's mouth. Great! Now that that's been decided, let's get going! Gidget launches herself back up from the table. Hold your fucking horses there, missy, Genzo says between coughs. Where exactly are we going? He's right. This is a little, sudden? I tried to cut in. The gurgle of unease is back and playing jump rope with my intestines. The Gidget in front of me now seems quite a bit more empathic than the one from the night prior. We only just got here. But Gidget ignores me, donning her sunglasses as she starts for the door. Why, the only place befitting such a grand occasion. There goes the horn again. And the castle across the lake! 5 minutes later, sees us on the pier, crowded around the ramp leading up to a fabulously ornate seacraft. Huh. Holy Poseidon, holy pea hole of Poseidon. We're going on this? Gidget lifts the brim of her hat to gaze upon the good ship. How else do you propose we cross the water? This is my personal yacht after all. And then, with a chuckle, or would you prefer a tiny sailboat for two? There's something about the way she says this that gives me pause, but I ignore it. Instead, squinting as I let my eyes span the horizon in search of spires. Eggs, Genzo hisses next to me. Then, when I don't turn around and look right away, he gives my shirt a tug, jerking me down to his level. Is any of this, I don't know, ringing any alarm bells for you? No alarm bells, perhaps, but he does have a point. That's right, because the castle is where he dies every single time, or at least suffers. You know, at the very least, he suffers. So it makes sense, especially since the last time he was successfully boiled alive, I imagine. Or baked, I don't know how he was prepared. Though the yacht itself is certainly new, the idea of crossing the lake isn't. Nor is the thought of what lies beyond it. And I find myself strangely torn between a feeling of homecoming and a feeling of panic-inducing dread. Right, because like last time, we were having a great time. We were like, yo, fuck it, you know? What a confusing blend of emotions you have to like feel after all of these loops. I feel like we don't really have much of a choice. Maybe you don't, cause you've gotten yourself all goo-goo-eyed from Miss American Pie over here, but I've still got at least some of my wits about me. And they're certainly screaming at me that if I want to live, I need to about-face my ass pronto. Okay, now you're just being a bit dramatic. Dramatic? Dramatic? You don't sense the boner for murder rising to full salute on the other side of that lake? I finally pull myself out of his grip, smoothing down the front of my shirt. Gidget already told me it's just Orlam. Guess he just holds a lot of parties or something. Okay, so freckled boner then. Okay. You know. What do we say here? It is something to be a bit worried about. I mean, technically, yeah. Most times we've kind of gotten screwed over, but last time was good. And technically speaking, Orlam should still be having very joyous, good feelings about us. Maybe. Perhaps. I'm unsure. It's like, for you, good sir, though, for you, my boy Genzo, you're kinda cooked. Sometimes figuratively, sometimes literally. So, it is somehow a bit worrying. Let's just say, you know, it's a bit worrying. All right, I'll give you that. All right, it's a little worrying. I get it, I do. I haven't been able to shake this weird feeling since we got here. And it feels like, I don't know, everything is pulling us towards the castle, whether we want to go or not. It's a bit worrying. I throw a glance out across the water, squinting against the sun. Right? So, let's just give this one a pass, eh? Maybe chill out here a few days, then pack it up. I've already had my full of this place anyway. No one needs a magical land of wishes when you've got 2 pounds of your moss frozen dumplings sitting in your freezer back home, eh? But somehow, despite what I'd said, his words pass in one ear and out the next. And already I'm walking away, falling in line behind Cecil, who's hauling 2 giant suitcases up the ramp and onto the boat. I don't blame Gunzo for being anxious. I'm already anxious enough for 2 of us. But I don't want to make Gidget mad, considering how keen she seems on this. Besides, she seems to know what she's doing, and she knows a whole lot more about this place and what's happened to this place than either of us. If anything were to happen, she'd keep us safe. Safe? That's a weird word to use. Smooth things over. Yeah, that's better. She'd smooth things over, no matter what happened. Iggy, come up here to the front! Almost as if on cue, I hear Gidget call from the side of the boat. Oh, sure, give me a sec. I make it to the top of the ramp and step onto the deck, taking a moment to get used to the way it bobs ever so slightly beneath my feet. Before continuing, I throw a quick glance at Gunzo, who's still just standing at the bottom of the ramp, brows crinkled in concern. He seems to be suffering from some deep-rooted internal conflict. Finally, however, he grumbles something beneath his breath and scuttles up the ramp after me. I'm only doing this for you, he mutters with a pout. Come on, it'll be fine. I hope. But that last part doesn't quite make it past my tongue. It doesn't take long for us to leave the port. I feel a few last checks to ensure we're seaworthy, then the little yacht is slicing through this Carulean landscape like a knife through butter, leaving nothing but a trail of white surf behind. Soon there's nothing but a blue as far as the eye can see. How long till we make it across? I ask Cecil in what to me feels like a perfectly reasonable question. He, however, just glares at me and stomps down the stairs into the yacht's interior. I stare at his retreating form in confusion. Was it something I said? Rather than let myself worry too much on this matter, however, I elect instead to explore the yacht. First, the upper deck, walking from bow to stern and back again, my hands tracing the railing. Me, when I would never know these words, I'd just be like, oh yeah, I'm on this side of the boat, and then on that side. Then down inside. It's larger than I expected, complete with a small dining area, a kitchen, a room to lie down in, and a walk-in closet. And fancy, too, from the rich mahogany window frames to the marble tables and countertops. On my way back up the steps, I catch what sounds like Cecil talking to Gidget. I really must insist you wear something else. What are you talking about? This is perfect. Iggy will love it. And you do everything he wants, is that it? Cecil, we're not having this conversation. I only want what's best for you. This isn't you. Oh, and you know exactly who I am and what I want now, is that it? That is not what I'm implying. What I was implying. I make it to the top of the steps, and both of them turn around. Gidget is wearing the tiniest swimsuit I've ever seen. Almost on cue, I feel beads of sweat begin dotting my neck and hairline. And a cold snake feels like it's winding itself up inside my belly. Iggy! Gidget gives a delighted squeal and launches herself toward me. Her arms go around my neck in a hug that squeezes her body against mine. My feeling of cold discomfort increases about 300%. Fortunately, she doesn't stay for long. Back, why is there no SA on your screen? Do you know what game you're playing? Listen, it seems to be fine this time around. You did miss some important bit where Cecil here was seemingly having a conversation literally a few seconds before this scene, where he was like, I must suggest you wear something else. And she's like, oh, Iggy will love it. And then he's like, oh, so you do everything Iggy says, do you? And she's like, oh, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, you know, I just want what's best for you because this isn't you. And considering this is Wonderland, right? It makes sense that when she got here, she wanted to, like, help with figuring things out. And so this guy might sort of maybe be the key to, like, getting Gidget to maybe, you know, I don't know if the key is the right word, but, you know, if we can get this guy on our side, because he clearly doesn't like us due to the fact that I think he knows that that Gidget is only doing a lot of this stuff for us, aka Iggy, you know, but we're both kind of on the same, like, side, except we don't know that. Well, I guess I know that. Imagine being born a key. Okay, throw yourself off the highest whatever. Just get on a chair and just jump down. Very harshly against your side. Land on your side, on the floor. Fortunately, she doesn't stay long. She pulls away, instead spinning around to show off every angle of her immodest swim accoutrements. There we go. You'll do that after Silk Song releases? Fair enough. What do you think? Are we gonna be honest, or are we just gonna, like, fluff her up a little bit? You know, just be like, it looks great. I'm not sure. Second option, I'm going with the first. It's quite small. I have a hard time trying to form words, and I bring a hand up to my forehead to disguise my discomfort. I don't even know what to say. It's well, it's quite small, that's for sure. But this is apparently the wrong thing, because I see the corner of Gidget's mouth droop. Now you're acting just like Cecil. She brings her hands to her hips. Always do this, don't do that. Are you sure you want to wear that? You just want to go against me? Listen, Cecil doesn't say anything, though I see his brow twitch ever so slightly. I thought for sure you would like it, Iggy. Her gaze falls shyly. You're the one who knows the real me. Now I'm really starting to sweat. I hadn't meant to offend her. No, it's fine, really, it's nice. I clasp my hands clumsily. It suits you very well. It does? Her eyes practically sparkling now. I knew you would think so. She grabs my hand and starts pulling me toward the front of the boat. Come on. I was gonna do some sunbathing. She leads me down to the bow of the ship, where a few loungers were already being laid out, then plops down on the nearest one, pulling me down beside her on the flowery cushion. It'll be a few hours until we get there. Might as well use it to our advantage, right? And the sun's out here is glorious. It's certainly bright. I still have my face half turned away. My whole body feels like it's burning, and not just from the gleaming rays of the sun. Oh gosh, we need to make sure you don't get burned though. Gidget laughs, then turns to Cecil, her hand outstretched. Cecil? Cecil responds bitterly, but obediently, fetching what looks like a bottle of sunscreen from the nearby cabinetry and offers it to Gidget. Here. Gidget smiles shyly, squeezing some onto her hand and rubbing it between her palms. You burn so easily. It's dangerous. She brings her hands to my face, rubbing the lotion across my cheek, nose, forehead, and chin when moving down my neck and collar. I sit there somewhat numb amidst her ministrations, not saying a word, not really able to not really able to say a word. The touch itself isn't bad. In fact, it feels quite nice. Her hands are warm and soft, and the up and down motions, lightly kneading my skin, are surprisingly calming. When she moves to my arms, I actually notice myself starting to enjoy it. My eyes flutter closed, relaxing, reassuring. Maybe I do like touch. Some touch. This kind of soothing touch. Safe touch. In fact, I feel so good that when she finally pulls her hands away, I find myself wanting to whine in this pleasure. Wanting to return to that wonderfully tranquil cocoon until now you do me. My eyes pop back open, and the tendrils of panic begin to resprout in my bowels. What? My voice cracks. I don't want to get burnt either, especially not before tonight. She throws me a wink, then turns around, her back to me, and her hands lifting her hair to reveal her bare back and shoulders. I swallow. Glance at Cecil, who continues to simply stare at me in resentment. Then back. I pick up the bottle of sunscreen. My fingers are shaking. Come on! I squirt some out onto my palm, slide my fingers through it. My throat feels tight. So fucking tight to the point I can't swallow. I bring my hands to her shoulders, then begin spreading it around. It's awkward and stilted and bumbling, my fingers jerking the lotion in haphazard streaks across her shoulders, down the length of her back and arms. Whoa, chill out, Carrot. This is Twitch. True. This is Twitch. It's a strange feeling. My fingers running across her skin. Feeling her skin. And I'm hyper aware of every single spot, splotch, and blemish decorating the expanse of her glistening softness. Is this okay? I managed to ask, despite the vice around my voice box. It feels good. A pause. Then, do my front too? My voice hitches. Fuck. I clench my eyes shut, open them again. Fuck. Okay. I squirt more into my palms. This is what she wants. This is what I need to do. Need to be able to do. Or else I cough. Take a deep breath. Then reach again for her shoulders, this time letting my hands slide forward. Dipping downward, across her collarbone, fingers slicking and sliding across her skin, lower, even softer now. My skin sinking into it, sinking into her. The chills are sweeping up and down my body now, even under the beating sun. I feel so cold, my teeth could start shattering any moment. Gidget murmurs beneath my touch, and the sound of it jolts me with such force with my fingers that my fingers dip all the way down into her suit top. I jerk backwards, my fingers on fire. Shit. My chest feels like it's caving it in on itself. Gidget turns around, her face a picture of worry. Everything okay? I start before quickly finding that my tongue has turned into a sock. Tell her. You have to say it, but I don't. I can't. I bring a hand to my forehead, fingers pushing back my clammy bangs. I think maybe the sun's getting to me. Oh no! Gidget's hands go to her cheeks, thumbs forging divots into her skin. It should be cooler downstairs. Maybe lie down for a bit? You can rest until we get there. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I stand up with a wobble. Sorry, I hope that was good enough. I tip my head in towards my clavicle, shame searing my cheeks. Anyway, but I don't know how to finish. So instead, I simply turn away, gaze pointed downward, and as I make a beeline toward the stairs, I don't even notice Genzo until I ram into his shoulder. Sorry. Whoa, hey, everything okay? I don't respond, instead just shaking my head before disappearing downstairs. Genzo's worried gaze on my back the whole way down. Allow me to skedaddle to the restroom real quick. I'll be back. I'm back. I will be dipping out in like 4 minutes again because I just put some coffee. Well, I got the stove ready and I'm heating up some water so that I can have some coffee because I ran out of tea. Well, I didn't run out of tea, but you know, I want some coffee now. Is what I mean. I ran out of the tea I was drinking. There we go. Stretch out a little bit. It's always good. Always good to do a little stretch every now and again. The interior is wonderfully cool and dim compared to the sun on the deck. And I head straight for the back, toward one of the small rooms in the rear that's been furnished with a miniature living area, complete with a daybed. Once inside, I close the door behind me and collapse face first on the bed. Fuck. Every nerve in my body still feels electrified, but my chest is finally starting to unclench itself. I gave myself a moment before kicking off my shoes and rolling onto my side, arms around my knees. Breathe. Just breathe. I close my eyes, relishing in the quiet, in the darkness of the room. Oh, food break? It's not a food break. Although, speaking of food break, if I do get the grumblies, which I don't think I will, because like I said, I had it like... I... the matriarch had left a lot of scrambled egg for me. Like a lot. Like half a plate's worth of scrambled egg. And I don't mean like a small amount spread out. I mean like I'm pretty sure almost 2 bowls worth of scrambled egg just for me. And I was like, damn. All right. I ate it all, but you know, it's a bit much. So I won't be getting any food breaks probably. There's a hesitant knock at the door. Eggs, you okay? I can barely hear Genzo's voice. Yeah, I'm fine. Just need to be alone for a little bit. Okay. There's a soft bump on the door. There's a soft bump. The door giving a little shudder, almost as if he's pressed his forehead against its surface. I'll be here if you need anything. Thanks. It goes quiet. The silence like a heavy blanket draped across my curled form. And I let out a deep breath of air that feels as though it had been stopped up inside my lungs for days. That's right. Everything's fine. You're fine. I let myself uncurl slightly, pressing my face into the pillow. It pokes the frames of my glasses up against the bridge of my nose, so I slide them off with a sigh. My gaze goes to my hands. I can still feel the heat, the softness pressed up against my fingers. I find myself curling my fingers as though holding a ball. My mouth twitches. I'd never seen Gidget in that little clothing before. Never touched her like that before. In fact, until this moment, I had always thought that Gidget didn't really want to emphasize those parts of herself. Not that there's anything wrong with wanting to do so, of course, but it's just never seemed... I only want what's best for you. This isn't you. I furrow my brows. I hate them, Iggy. I hate them. Press my lips together. It had been raining that day. That's right. A rainy Saturday afternoon. Just hanging out at Gidget's house. Watching recorded episodes of Toonami. Oh yeah, Toonami. Dueling on our GBAs. Playing half a game of Star Wars Monopoly before getting bored and instead sending the little figures on a secret mission in the basement. As the afternoon goes on, we start dropping off. The first Bucks curled in Gidget's dad's chairs. Then Orlam, his face buried into the couch's cushions. And finally even Genzo, at first making a joke about using Orlam's butt as a pillow, then actually dozing off there, drool leaking down the side of his face. I'm hungry. You want something to eat, Iggy? Gidget's lying in the middle of the room, just staring up at the ceiling among the Monopoly pieces. But she sits up at this, tossing a glance in my direction. Oh, sure. Then we're wandering off toward the kitchen. Gidget's dad is seated at the kitchen table, reading the newspaper. Look at that shirt, it's like waves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. And Gidget's mom is cutting out coupons. Gidget opens up the pantry, Using the step stool to rifle through the selection of snacks, one would on one of the higher shelves. Gidget has a brother. Shut up. Shut up. This is literally the problem. This is literally the problem. You fucker. You, you would be a part of the problem in this world. Which reminds me, I gotta go check in the water. I'll be right back. Back. Not a problem if it's funny, Yolotl. Tell that to Orlam, you know? Tell that to Orlam. Look how he turned out. You rascal. When she reaches up, the hem of her shirt lifts up, revealing her belly, as well as the band of her underwear. Her mom glances up. Her eyes narrow. What the hell are you wearing? This throws Gidget off guard, and she immediately falls back on her heels. Huh? But her mom is already to her feet. In 2 steps, she's to her, and she yanks the girl's shirt back up for another look. Are these boys' underwear? No. Gidget looks away. Don't lie to me, young lady. Maybe? Gidget's mom lets out an exasperated groan. I thought you were past this phase. When are you gonna grow up? It's not a phase. I like them, Mom. Gidget shouts back, tears springing to her eyes. But now her mom is focused on something else. A little hanging strip of cloth poking out beneath the hem of her shirt. What the hell is this? She lifts Gidget's shirt all the way up, revealing what looks like an ace bandage wrapped around her chest. Gidget jerks back and out of reach with a tearful yelp, tugging her shirt back down. Stop it! You take that off right now. What the fuck is wrong with you, Dave? Tell her to take it off. She can wear what she wants to, Patty. Why the hell would you wear something like that? Like how the dad's just like barely fucking... This dad... Bro, I don't know if that's just like classic sitcom, like... we truly have been, I don't even know how to say this. Bullying helps society. It needs to happen to someone. How about it happens to you? Why don't you become the sacrificial lamb? If you think it's so helpful for society. Shirts? Gears? Girls wear dresses. Shush. But I like how the dad is doing that typical like TV show dad thing where it's like he's just not paying attention. We really like that phase of media really ruined like the perceptions of fathers. in the household. Just like the guy that doesn't really care all that much. I mean, like, to some extent, I'm sure that's true if it's like stupid shit. But like, if there's a clear argument going on, I think you would care a little bit more. You know? Jeez Louise. I just want to. Leave me alone. You want everyone to think you're some kind of freak? I didn't raise my daughter to be a freak. I hate you! Gidget goes running out of her room in a fit of sobs, her arms clutched around her chest. I stand there for a moment, completely silent, then take off after her. She runs out the door, into the rain. Gidget! I try calling. Wait, did I misread some sentence earlier? Oh, she runs out of the room, right, not to her room. Sorry. Gidget! I try calling, but she doesn't stop. She runs down the sidewalk, to the end of the block, into the little groove of trees separating her neighborhood from the one over. And I chase after her, my feet slapping against the puddles and sending cold splashes of water up onto my legs. When I finally catch up to her, she's huddled beneath an old oak, her arms wrapped around her knees, mud streaking her shoes and shorts. And I walk over, out of breath, then drop to a seat beside her. And I don't say anything. The rain is lighter in here, sheltered by the trees, but the occasional drop still hits my head, and gooey slick puddles decorate the muddied path. I hate them, Iggy, I hate them, she finally says, barely audible between her knees. I'm not sure what she's talking about at first. I bring my own knees to my chest, curling my shin on top. I wish I could just rip them off. Oh. I blink, let my gaze fall. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. The rain is filling up a nearby leaf, forming a tiny lake of water at its center. I don't know what to say. What do I say? I don't know, Iggs, you're like 9, and even my dumbass wouldn't know what to say, and I'm a grown-ass man. How can I make her feel better? These types of situations are so confusing to me. Dealing with people is so confusing to me. I bite down on my lip. I think they're nice? Gidget doesn't say anything. Instead, she pushes her face into her knees harder. I wince. That must have been the wrong thing. Now I really don't know what to say, what to do. So rather than screw things up any further, I simply scooch toward her, one arm around her shoulder as I huddled up beside her. And I stay with her until she stops crying. So I was, that one time I mentioned that, she put like a lot of emphasis and that I was thinking that I was overthinking that last, like, that one scene where she's like, it was like 2 loops ago where she's like, I hate this, but I'm doing it for you, right? Her hair and her boobs, right? She was talking about that. And I was thinking about it on that day, wondering whether I was thinking a little too much about it, and it's like, turns out, maybe not. Maybe I was on the right path this whole time. Our arrival on the other side of the lake is, well, it's something. We pull into the port of a small castle town. I can see the glimmering peaks of the castle beyond, standing tall and imposing on the horizon, though the town itself is cozy and quaint. And surprisingly empty? Momentarily at least, because as soon as the yacht ramp slams down on the cobble and Gidget parades out, us following her like some kind of entourage, a battalion of rabbits appear as if on cue. They come charging forward, primed for attack, then immediately skid to a halt. The rabbit in front goes down on one knee, his gaze pointed groundward. Ma'am! Gisha just lowers her sunglasses, peering out over the top of the lenses. What kind of reception is this? Her hand goes to her hips. Man, this game story really interesting. Like, you didn't really care at it. You didn't really care at first, but also pre-recorded stream. Shut up. It's not pre-recorded. But I understand that a lot of visual novels are understandably not the best. Not to say that they aren't worth checking out, because in my opinion, any piece of human creation is at least worth looking into. But I get that feeling. Like, I get, watching a guy reading and looking at pictures might not be the most interesting thing at first, but this story is actually pretty damn good. It's pretty damn good. I do wonder if Carrot is working on anything else, though. I know Carrot has other stuff on Itch.io, but I haven't checked that stuff out yet. Nor do I know what would be the most recent work if they're working on anything, so I'll have to check that out. What kind of reception is this? Her hands go to her hips. This seems to rattle the lead rabbit even more. Apologies, ma'am. We weren't informed that you'd be arriving today, and His Majesty hasn't made any plans for festivities this evening, so we... The rabbit winces. Oh, hasn't he? Gitcha's gaze goes back toward the castle, the sun glinting off her glasses. We'll see about that. Then, she tosses an arm around to gesture at us and the suitcase behind her. If you would. Of course, ma'am. Carrot and me are working on a fanfic based off you. Shut the fuck. What is it with you just saying weird things? Working on a fucking fanfiction. What would that even? What would it even be about? There's no fanfictioning to write about me. I don't think you know enough to write a fanfiction of me. What an odd thing to say. Can't leak it? Sure. Sorry, I'm sure. Work hard away. The rabbits hop into action. 2 of them to the luggage and 2 of them to Gidget herself, hoisting her up onto their shoulders. The rest of the rabbits fall in line to the front and side, forming a grand procession as they begin their march toward the castle. I can only stand there with my jaw slack, watching the parade away. There's something you don't see every day, Genzo whistles next to me, his own eyes wide. Is this normal? I asked to no one in particular. The mistress is held in high regard, Cecil drawls next to me, his face unchanging. Held in high regard? More like worshipped like a false idol. What kind of cult-like shenanigans you got going on here? But Cecil ignores him. Let's not dally, gentlemen. He shoves his hand in his pockets and takes off after the moving spectacle. The 2 of us jog after, falling in step at the back of the parade. We march through the streets, past houses and cafes, a tinkling fountain. There's no one else in sight. The roads, buildings, even the windows are empty and devoid of life. I can only scratch at my arm anxiously as I glance around, and a chance glance at Genzo tells me he's feeling anxious too. We keep going, following the road out of the town and up along the path leading toward the castle gates. In every timeline, it seems that Orlam just can't help but commit cannibalism. What an odd thing to do. I see what looked like twin guard posts come into view as we grow near. They sit on either side of the entrance to a bridge that connects to the other side of the moat and the castle gardens beyond. The two rabbits that appear to be manning the gates rush to tug them open upon our arrival. Their looks of flustered dread match the raising gurgle in my stomach. Further still, we marched straight through the gardens up to the main castle door, giant and imposing and making the hair on the back of my neck stick up like a miniature antennae. Once again, the two rabbits are there to open the doors for us, both of them semi-panicked as they scurried it into action. Inside, I'm overcome with a feeling it's an amalgamation of feelings. Awe, first, at the high looping ceilings, stained glass windows, and diving tapestries, but then the strangest sense of belonging. I shake my head, tug at my collar. How could I ever belong in a place like this? The thought twists my bowels further. Attention! There's a screech from one of the rabbits, and the whole column pulls their feet together in a crisp salute. The two in front drop to their knees so Gidget can descend to the floor, and she removes her sunglasses to look around the enormous, environs in demi-disdain. I glance to the right, to the left. She crosses her arms over her chest with a huff. You know, I'm starting to feel a little neglected here. But before I have a chance to wonder what she means, well, isn't this a pleasant surprise? A familiar figure emerges from the far hallway, a little cape fluttering behind them. The goddess herself returns to my keep, and of her own accord. To what, pray tell, do I owe this honor? Orlam spreads his arms wide in a show of over-embellished grandeur. The sight of him stops me for a moment, like a tiny hitch in the back of my throat. Next to me, however, I hear Gunzo suck in his breath, and when I turn to look, I see his jaw go taut. At the front of the battalion, Gidget just smiles. Do I ever need a reason to bless this place with my presence? Certainly not, Orlam rubs at his shin. Though had I known, I would have done more to prepare. His gaze flicks towards the three of us, and I see his eyes first widen, then crinkle in mirth. He brings his folded hands to his cheek in sardonic delight, and the surprises keep coming. Look who's finally decided to join us! What a treat! Genzo just snorts. I, however, drop my gaze, feeling all of a sudden shy. A treat indeed, Gidget smirks. My Iggy is now right here, right where he belongs, which calls for a celebration. And what better place to celebrate, wouldn't you agree? I don't know what to do here. I guess I'm just defending. I'm just gonna ignore myself. Ignore what she just said. I'm just gonna ignore it, you know. I twitch. There's something about the way she says it that doesn't sit right with me. But at the same time, I'm not feeling especially courageous. In fact, sitting there in that giant hall, surrounded by 7-foot-tall rabbit guards with spears, I'm feeling decidedly uncourageous. So, despite my irritation, I let the compass pass. He picked the second option. I did. Pick your battles, isn't that what they all say? But Gidget, dear, as much as it pains me, I haven't made plans for any entertainment this evening. He begins counting on his fingers. I would need to alert the chef, send out invitations, rally the tailors to ready some appropriate ensembles for our guests. But Gidget trails off as she approaches, blinking upward. But you wouldn't mind doing all that for me, would you? She takes his shin in her hands, thumbs pressing teasingly into his cheeks. For the second time that day, my jaw goes slack. What the hell? This is one of the images that's on the game's page. Just this fucking thing. I saw this motherfucker there and I was like, who's this? We haven't met him in like a million years. Orlam practically melts in her grip, gaze wandering not at all stealthily from the eye level placement of her chest upon up to her sweet, cooing lips. He lets out a throaty mew, tongue rolling out of his mouth. Damn, this man's a hound. He's just a dog. Orlem gooned out. Bro's a little bit like me. I can't blame him. I can't blame him. If a lady just walked up to me and was like, "You'd do that for me, wouldn't you?" and just started like caressing my face, I'd be a little bit like that too. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Wouldn't do the whole tongue rolling out of my mouth thing though. That's just embarrassing. Next to me, Gunzo makes the sign of the cross in front of his chest. We know. I know that you know. I take back my wish. There are some things in life that shouldn't be seen. Come on, just one little party. It would mean so much to me. Gidget traces her fingers down the collar of his shirt and gives it a tug. I suppose I could make an exception this once. Orlam leans in toward her chest, only for her to step away abruptly, nearly sending him to the ground. Excellent, she says, fixing her dress and hat. Besides, I brought Cecil. I know how much you enjoyed him last time. Orlam coughs and straightens up, wiping off his chin. Oh goody, using Cecil to... That's fucked up. That's just fucked. Oh, god damn. Interesting. His gaze flicks to Cecil. Ah, yes. The lascivious grin returns and he brings the tips of his fingers together. I did indeed. How could I forget a man so... gifted? Genzo and I throw identical curious glances at Cecil, who, for once, isn't boasting his usual impassive gaze. Oh, I just hope, I don't know what to say here. Instead, he looks away, shoulders hunched and cheeks colored pink. Now then, I must clean up. It's been a long, tiring day on the road, and I want to look my best tonight. Of course. Guards? Orlam snaps his fingers, summoning a duo of attendants to his side. Ready the best for her ladyship, would you? And do make sure she has everything she needs. Yes, sir. The attendants lead her off and down the hall, leaving us alone with Orlam and the rest of the battalion. Orlam watches her leave, small chuckle playing on his lips as he turns back to us. Iggy. He cocks his head to the side and begins slinking over. What have you gotten yourself into? But Genzo steps in front of me before Orlam can approach. Leave him alone, fuckface, or I'll knock that fugly crown right off that rat on your head. This only seems to goad Orlam further. Look at you, still so determined, even after the cruel cogs of fate had already turned out of your favor. What the fuck are you talking about? Nothing, dear. Nothing that I'm suddenly feeling especially nostalgic. Nothing, dear. Only that I'm suddenly feeling especially nostalgic. What about you? I see Genzo grit his teeth. He takes a step forward, fingers raised. It seems that Orlam might maybe have a little bit more memory about what went on. Maybe? I mean, he was in a very emotionally heightened state, I would imagine, by the whole thing he did to poor Genzo. I mean, by the time he reached us, Iggy, and gave us Genzo to eat, he was practically like about a coom. I see Genzo grit his teeth. He takes a step forward, finger raised, but Orlam snaps his fingers before Genzo can start whatever he'd been about to. Guards? Genzo winces, falling back with a nervous twitch of his cheek. Get these two gentlemen cleaned up, would you? And fetch the tailor. They'll need something to wear after all, and I want everyone looking their best for tonight. Festivities! Yes, sir. The guards nearest us snap to attention, then quickly prod us into gear, hands on our shoulders as they guide us toward the far hall. Behind us, Orlam simply waves, impish smile playing on his lips. See you both later. Let me allow myself to take a little sip of my cafe. Still plenty hot. Ooh. I let that water boil for like a minute too long. It wasn't even boiling, but that we have this one stove or stove thing on the stove top that's like small. Right? It's the smallest one, so it like heats up super damn quick, which is useful for things like, you know, tea, coffee, beans. That's all we really use it for, to be honest. It's useful. It's useful. But, you know, if you leave it on like medium high or medium low high, I don't know. It's got too many lines in there. How do you manage to burn water? Listen, I'm not I am not Marseille, okay? I'm not Marseille. Marseille has burned water. I do not have that ability. It is not something I have learned. I got separated from Genzo at some point. One moment we're walking behind a set of attendants down a wide hall lined with stained glass windows, and the next another attendant appears and leads Genzo away down a different corridor. All I can do is shoot him a look of confusion as my own attendants usher me further along the red carpet and toward an ornately marbled atrium. I'm taken into a small bathroom, where another attendant awaits and proceeds to start tugging me out of my clothes the moment I step inside. What the fuck? But my flustered confusion has paid no heed. I'm pushed unceremoniously into the already filled tub, my feet slipping out from under me and sending my whole body straight under the water in an exodus of bubbles. I barely have time to catch my breath before I am subsequently yanked. With a subsequent yank, I am pulled back up and taken to with a sponge. Is this really necessary? I sputter between winces. My rabbit attendant is really going to town to scrubbing. I'll be surprised if I even have skin left after this. To add to my embarrassment, a whole flurry of other attendants continue to enter and exit the room, preparing who knows what. I feel my cheeks burn as I attempt to curl forward and hide myself. But a tug from behind makes even this impossible. I am yanked backwards as another attendant with a tape measure begins taking my measurements, even as the first continues scouring my legs. And at some point, I simply close my eyes, focusing on nothing but my breath and willing this unfortunate experience to end rapidly. Once the scrub down is over, I'm extricated from the water and toweled off in a series of fierce attacks on my extremities. Before finally I'm given a robe to clothe myself in and led to an oversized vanity held high with all manner of grooming amenities. There, my curls are brushed, dried, and shellacked in a manner as so thorough you'd think I was being prepared for dinner with the Pope himself. By the time the assault on my follicles is over, the attendant who had measured me has returned, this time carrying what looks like a pressed black suit over his arm. Wait, is this for me? His Majesty's functions enforces a strict dress code. Dress code? But this is all information I've apparently been deigned to receive. I'm pushed to my feet, robed off my robe, then forcibly fitted into the confines of my new formal attire. I think that's an attire, right? Yep. It fits around my body like a glove, all crisp pleats and smooth swaths of expensive feeling fabric that made me feel both overwhelmed and baronial at the same time. Now, if we do it, follow me, my attendant begins ushering me toward the door. Wait already? Can't I get a moment? I'm feeling a little... I bring a hand to my still racing head. This has been one too many rapid-fire assailments on my already fragile psyche. What would... what I would do for even 5 minutes to myself? But such considerations are not on the table, it seems. Even as I'm attempting to loosen the choking grip of the tie around my neck, I'm being prodded out the door and into the hall. Then down we go, back through the corridors of the towering gold and down the staircase leading to the foyer. My perfectly shined shoes seem to echo especially loud in the on the marbled stairs with each step. Genzo's already waiting at the bottom as I approach. He's got his hands shoved in his suit pockets and is staring at the ground, idly scuffing the towel with the toe of his shoe, but he looks up upon my arrival. I see him blink. Then his eyes widen. He brings his hand to his mouth and jerks his head away. What's wrong? I tug again at my collar, feeling all of a sudden self-conscious. I guess you got the same treatment as me? He wipes at his face and seems to be collecting himself. Nothing, a sheepish grin. You look, great is all. Damn, Ix, you do clean up nice. This makes me stand up straight. And I feel a weird sort of heat twist and coil itself in my belly. Not altogether dissimilar to the cloying tendrils of discomfiture. There we go, discomfiture. I've been feeling around Gidget lately. I quickly turn the conversation away from myself. You don't look so bad yourself. I give him a glance over. Damn, somehow this takes me back though, huh? When was the last time we got all guised up like this? I don't know how to pronounce that word. Let me look that up. Guised. Gooside? Gooside. Meaning. Simple past tense of gissied up. Oh, okay. So gissy up, gissied. Oh, gissied. Okay, I get it. Gussie? I think it's gizzy, not gussy. Gizzied. So, there we have it. I learned. When was the last time we got all gizzied up like this? The side of Genzo's mouth twitches, and for a moment I see his eyes darken. He looks away. Yeah. One of the attendants behind us clears his throat. Shall we move along? Oh, right. Then we're on the move again. This time towards a large atrium to our right. There's a grand set of doors at the far end, and as we approach, I hear the sound of music grow louder and louder, all tilting violins and tinkling glasses. Two attendants manning the door push it open upon our approach. It creaks, groans, then parts, letting in the light and the glints and the dulcet aria dancing across the air. Presenting Ignatius Walter Maxwell and Genso Ishihara. I instinctively shrink in on myself. Did they really have to say the whole name like that? My cheeks feel about 100 degrees, and already dribbles of sweat are working down my freshly cleaned neck. That is like a hella royal name, Ignatius Walter Maxwell. A name befitting royalty. Where's my cannibalism? The missing town people are, a sign of that, don't you worry. I'm sure we'll be provided food and drink. That's the important one right there. The size of the ballroom doesn't help. It's absolutely enormous and bright. So fucking bright. Every single inch of it gleams with gold and silver, glittering 12-tier chandeliers hanging from the ceiling and motive string quartets striking at their instruments in the corner. And the people, there's so many of them, all dressed to the nines with gorgeous dresses and dashing tuxedos. and upon our triumphant entrance, every single pair of eyes turns straight towards us. I really want to disappear inside the collar of my suit. This is too much. Way too much. Already I can feel my chest grow tight, fuzzy dots dancing across my eyes. Come along now. One of the attendant prods me before my legs feel like they're... But my legs feel like they're made of jelly, and they refuse to move. I think I need a minute. My breath is coming out faster and faster. Fuck, I'm gonna pass out. Until Genso's hand finds my shoulder. The feeling of it grounds me. My breath begins to slow, warbling vision fizzling into clarity. I turn toward him with a beleaguered grimace, and he just smiles, giving my shoulder a squeeze. Hey, I'm right here. I tug at my collar. I'm feeling unbelievably sweaty. But I shake my head, take a deep breath, and allow the attendants to lead us forward further into the room. Once beneath one of the larger chandeliers adorning the ceiling, our attendants retreat with a bow, leaving the two of us alone amongst the bustling, whispering crowds. Champagne, a waiter appears, seemingly out of nowhere, offering a tray of champagne flutes. Genso practically launches himself at the tray. He downs one in about 5 seconds flat, then waits for me to take one before grabbing another. He looks strangely anxious. But before I can ask him about it, I feel a tingle on the back of my neck. Enjoying yourselves, gentlemen? I spin around to find Orlam only a few paces behind us, the same grin from earlier on his lips, as though it had never left. He's also donned new attire, now in a sleek white suit that might as well be molded to his body. We were until you showed up, looking like a cum-colored dick in a crown. Genso smirks. Did you pay all those people to be here? Orlam's eyes twitched, but he never loses his smile. How I have missed that mouth of yours. He throws his hands out to his sides, but alas, no, people actually respect me here, as foreign of a concept as that may be to you. Well... let's just say he looks fine. You look great, you know, you look fantastic. Lovely. Good. Just to be a mediator, I guess. My gaze unconsciously flicks up and down his form. You look great, I say with only a hitch in my throat. And it's not a lie. He does. What's more, the sight of him is doing strange things to my bowels. A fleeting gurgle of nostalgia, perhaps. Nostalgia? Nostalgia for what? But even as my mind searches for an answer, my body seems to already know. From the way I can practically feel him up against me, the grin pressed into my neck as he teases me. Knowing just how far to take things before backing off, you look like the KFC guy, Colonel Sanders. Not Colonel Sanders, just because he's wearing a white suit? Come on. Oh goodness. That is kind of funny though, now that you mention it. Oh, glorious your mind, Viewbot. Glorious is your mind. But always one lingering second more. One salacious comment more. As though feeding on the pink it brings to my cheeks. I shake my head, but it's already too late to hide my growing discomfort. And the impish grin curling across his lips tells me I'm not alone in it. He can feel it too. That shared intangible sense of something incredibly intimate. Looking at something nice, Orlam drawls. And I quickly jerk my head away, realizing that I was staring. I feel my cheeks heat up in spite of myself. Well, that was fucking weird. Genso's jaw is half hanging in perplexity. You okay there, Riggs? This fucker do something to you? Orlam laughs. Perish the thought. I've only just arrived, no? And he smirks. No, I imagine any and all feelings of hunger are entirely his own. I about disappearance on my collar at this. What I wouldn't give for a great big hole to open up beneath me. Orlam oozes over. Yes, but don't you two look nice? My tailors did a fantastic job. He reaches up to fix my collar, now mussed from all my nervous tugging. Then gives my chic a few series of pats. I could gobble both of you right up. Next to us, Genzo clears his throat loudly. Orlam steps back from me with a grin. Ah, is someone feeling neglected? His gaze shoots to Genzo's now empty glass. He snaps his fingers. Waiter, get this man another drink, will you? We all know how much he loves to indulge. Genzo's empty glass is switched out for a full one so quickly Genzo actually takes a startled step backwards, right into Orlam's arms. Orlam's smile widens, and he gives Genzo's shoulder a squeeze. Perfect. I do so like to ensure you have everything you need. Get off me! Genzo grimaces and tugs himself away. But he looks anxious again. That same tightness around his eyes I'd seen before when getting to the boat, and when we first entered the castle. Orlam just laughs, then stops. Tilts his head up with a hand to his ear. Oh look, they're preparing for a dance number. He flicks his gaze towards us. I trust you two will dance. My back straightens on instinct, muscles tightening with an uncomfortable shiver. Next to me, Genzo looks similarly vexed. We would never. No? No? Orlam shrugs. A pity. I suppose you wouldn't mind then, would you? He continues, biting down on his lips in anticipation as he grabs my hand and pulls me towards him. I can only shoot Genzo a look of panicked confusion as Orlam tucks my hips in against his. In a grand flourish, he sweeps me almost literally off my feet, in time with the brisk tempo of the music. And his fingers curl between mine with a possessive tug. I can barely keep up. It takes everything I have simply keeping my balance as my feet attempt to move in time with the beat. And I must look absolutely terrified because Orlam gives my hand a reassuring squeeze, his head cocking to the side in amusement. Genzo's looking kinda bad. He's looking kinda mad. Just a little bit. Do relax. You look like a spooked field rabbit. He can hardly contain his grin. This is all a bit much for me. Yes, it would be, wouldn't it? You've never been one to revel in the attention of others. He cocks his head to the other side, and yet said attention always seems to find you anyway. Quite curious, actually. Why is it that so many people are champing at the bit for a bite? As if my head weren't already a whirl enough, he sends me out for a spin that leaves me positively rattled, then jerks me back in close. What are you talking about? I try, even as my insides curl and twist. Ah, yes, I forgot. Oblivious to a fault this one, though perhaps that only adds to your endearing qualities. His hand wanders lower, everyone being the one who wants to teach. Oop, he's grasping his butt. He finds my rear end, pulling it in toward him with a shuddered tug. You a thing or two? At this, however, his gaze flicks to Genzo, who's positively bristling. Yeah, look at him. He's trying to fuck with him. He's trying to fuck with Genzo so bad. And when Orlam starts pushing his face up against my neck with a libidinous mule, he comes stomping over. Why do all of your friends want to fuck you, Gelato? Your friends? Listen. To be fair, Orlam's thing is a little more recent. Orlam's just a horn dog these days, so his thing isn't even like emotional really. It's just lust. He just wants to shaboing. But Genzo, has had a thing for us for a long while in a somewhat healthy manner, right? At least in theory. And Gidget has not had that in a healthy manner. And then there's Buxley, who doesn't look at us in that way, because her and, her boyfriend slash husband now, back in the day boyfriend, nowadays husband is a thing. So really, only two of my friends are looking at Iggy this way. The third one's just a horn dog. Okay, that's enough. Enough? Whatever do you mean? You've made your point. But I'm having so much fun, Genzo dear. Genzo's face goes red, and I see him grind his teeth together. He grabs Orlam's shoulders with an angry yank. Oh, I see. You're jealous. Orlam just laughs, using the moment to spin in towards Genzo instead, promptly grabbing his hands. Don't worry, there's enough of me for everyone. Genzo blenches, stumbling over his feet as Orlam sweeps him up into the music. I don't know which one of these I'm gonna use for the thumbnail. Ah yes, this is nice, isn't it? Just the two of us, enjoying a moment? It has been so long since we've been this close. Orlam. Genzo's looks 50 shades of uncomfortable, and I can see the glimmer of sweat along his hairline. I've been thinking about you a lot since my arrival here. How I would welcome you. What you'd think about my accomplishments. Genzo forces a somewhat beleaguered smile. Accomplishments? What, we congratulating people for having stuff fall onto their laps now? As contentious as always. Just because you failed in your endeavors doesn't mean you need to devalue mine. The fuck is that supposed to mean? I haven't failed anything. Haven't you? Orlam pulls him in close, grin so wide he looks about ready to devour him whole. I suppose denial would be nothing new for you. Genzo snorts. At least I don't take advantage of others when they're at their weakest. No, you're just an asshole all the time, aren't you? Orlam lowers his eyes. And you know it too. Know the pain you cause people, and that he deserves better than you. Genzo's jaw goes taut. He mutters something under his breath and tries to pull away, but Orlam doesn't let his hand go, instead taking advantage of the small height he has on him to dip him backwards. And yet, you still can't let him go, can you? Just a stupid, sad little puppy groveling for scraps. He leans forward, their foreheads practically touching. I mean, listen, Orlam, that's kind of hypocritical coming from you, boy. Knowing your story, like, a little hypocritical. Genzo jerks his head away, still trying to extricate himself from Orlam's grasp. Orlam finally does let him go, though none too gently. In fact, the sudden release sends him straight to the floor. Orlam stands over him, a amused grin playing on his lips as Genzo recovers from the fall. His eyes crinkle into tiny twin slits. But you still have one less chance, But you still have one less chance, Or are you going to run away from that too? This time, Orlam turns to me. He grabs my wrist, flinging me towards Genzo just as he manages to push himself back to his feet. I stumble into him, half falling across his shoulders, and Genzo's eyes practically bug out of his head. Before I can move away, Orlam grabs Genzo's flailing arms and pulls him in close, squishing him between them. Squishing me between them, I should say. Bro, the look on his face, he's such a fucking gremlin. He's like, he is having a little too much fun at the expense of both of us here. All of this just to mess with Genzo. It's just he can't help it. Orlam cannot help it. Oops, clicked on the wrong thing. Isn't this sweet? A tarantula of tree, and fitting too, considering how we've been dancing around each other for years. Genzo has gone bright red beneath me. I can feel myself sinking in. I can feel myself sinking in against his stomach. His arms balanced on his shoulders, and my breath stilted against his neck. Sorry. For just a second, my mind flicks back to the bouncy castle. The two of us all tangled up atop the buoying fabric, pressed against each other, tight against each other. Then Orlam lets Genzo's arms go, stepping back with a playful grin. Alas, though, I cannot stay, for I have other important matters to attend to. Other guests to take care of. So I'll have to bid you gentlemen adieu for now. He gives a little bow that makes his cape flutter out behind him. Try not to have too much fun without me, one final grin, then he spins around. Eyes form the crowd on him as he saunters away. The two of us watch him for a moment. Then Genzo must notice that his arms have fallen around my waist because he jerks backwards with a flustered start, his cheeks still pink. I probably don't look much better. It feels like gallons of sweat are leaking down the back of my neck, and my suit is now a wrinkled mess. I try to smooth it down, gaze pointed groundward. That was something else. You can say that again. Genzo coughs, shifts, runs a hand through his hair. I force a laugh. I mean, Orlam has always been a bit of an odd duck, but that was beyond anything I could have expected. This place must really be going to his head. Do you want to dance? Genzo practically spits out, cutting me off mid-sentence. And when I look up in confusion, he has his gaze securely pointed at my feet, his hands curled into fist at his side. The weird twist in my stomach is back. The same one from back before we'd entered the ballroom. It sends whirlingings of nervousness up through my chest. I mean, if you want to is all. He looks up, then back down. So long as we're, here and all. Sure, I guess? He coughs again, holds out his hands, and I reciprocate clumsily, our arms bumping against each other as we both try to determine where to put our free hand. Finally, his goes to my waist as I take his shoulder. Easier that way considering our height difference, I suppose. Then we start. My right ear just went like, wee! It's for no reason. Oh no, I'm getting like... If I go deaf one of these days, I swear to the gods, I'm gonna have beef to settle. Maybe I spend too much time listening to stuff, you know? Pre-hearing aids? Maybe. But even then, it's nowhere near the smooth fluidity Orlam had provided in our earlier coverting. More like two kids at their first school dance. The averted eye contact only adds to the portrait of awkwardness. And this is a bit... weird. Why are we doing this? Friends don't dance like this, do they? Hey, you can dance with your friends platonically, come on. That's a thing you could do. If you wanna. Unless you don't want it to be platonic. In which case... You know, you can't see it, but I'm like doing the raising and lowering of my eyebrows repeatedly. With Orlam, it had been like just him, but like, this feels different. Especially considering the way he refuses to look at me. And the way I can feel his hand trembling ever so slightly on my hip. The way he has his lips pressed together. Wait a minute. I blink. But before my mind can process this further, he speaks up. Pretty nice, music. Another gay stuck in the closet. Another gay stuck in the closet. Well, only when it comes to... As far as we know from contextual clues, only when it comes to Gidget. Because I'm pretty sure everybody else knows, because I think Orlam was the one to mention, like, some offhanded comment like that. Because Orlam clearly knows, one way or another. I don't know about Buxley. I can imagine Gidget maybe knowing, having a feeling about that. We'll see. Yeah, it is. And I have to admit, feels pretty regal, you know? With all this highfalutin grandstanding stuff, he chuckles. Not something I would have ever expected to experience, you know? Look at his smile. What a lovely smile. Awkward. I can say that. You can say that again. I feel like the long-lost son of some fancy baron or something. His gaze drops again. He seems to be searching for something to say. Wonder, where Gidget is. I haven't seen her yet. I see Genzo's eyes twitch over ever so slightly. She's, on your mind a lot, huh? I mean, of course she would be. Why wouldn't she? Am I right or am I right? A cough. Probably gonna be addressed to the nines, if you know what I mean. Putting us two fuckers to shame. I don't doubt that. I laugh, especially after everything I've seen her, then quickly choke on my words. My mind had gone straight back to the boat. Definitely not what I need to be thinking about right now. Genzo must feel my body tense. Yeah, he starts, as though trying to search for something to say. It's, pretty crazy, you know? Yeah, Gidget, I mean. How so? Just, you know, like, I haven't seen her in years, right? And I almost didn't even recognize her. Crazy, right? She looks so different. I dropped my gaze. I guess she has changed a lot over the years. Right? Hell, if you'd asked me back then, I would have probably said she was... He stops, perhaps realizing what he was about to say, then frowns. Anyway, just not what I was expecting, I guess. But hey, whenever have I been able to read people, huh? I've got the social perception of a stick. You? Mr. Life of the Party? Fake it till you make it, my dude. Another choice that I think maybe a little too hard on. Maybe I don't think hard enough. Do I think? I don't know. To think or not to think? That is the question. Classical ass music. Sorry, just my mind is going places. Why are you thinking about a dirty joke? Well, I don't know whether to make the dirty joke about Orlam or just a dirty joke, because something happened between him and Orlam that, you know, was heavily insinuated at this point, so I don't want to bring that up. Just make a dirty joke, I guess. Yeah, that's what she said, I say with a smirk. Ha! Genzo laughs so loud, a few of the nearest dancers turn their heads. For someone disinclined to horizontal grind, I've gotta say, you got a pretty dirty mind sometimes. Hey, what goes on up here has nothing to do with what goes on down there. Alright, I'll give you that. I'll admit, it's nothing I can, relate to. So you'll have to forgive me if there's some stuff I don't understand. To be honest, I don't understand much of any of it myself. My face falls a bit at this. Genzo cocks his head to the side, just looking at me for a moment, and then smiles. Hey, come on. Where'd be the fun if we understood everything about ourselves from the get-go? Am I right or am I right? Life's not life without a few surprises along the way. I force a little chuckle. Yeah, I guess. Hell, look at me. Who could have ever guessed I turned out so as wide as I am tall, eh? I shake my head with a little laugh. It feels good to laugh. Genzo can always make me laugh. I press my lips together, avert my eyes, and when silence settles over us again, Genzo's gaze drops. His nose twitches. Despite everything, it has been nice, you know? Getting to spend time with you for once. Yeah, we haven't really done it much together in a while. Yeah. I feel his fingers shift in between mine. His hand feels sweaty. I pause. I like spending time with you. I cock my head to the side. The nervous jitters are attacking my gut en masse now. I try to quell them with a laugh. I like spending time with you too. You're a great friend, Jen. I see him wince. His brows furrow. No, He stops moving. He's looking really distressed. And I remember that he's also had at least 3 glasses of champagne at this point. He brings a hand to his forehead, and I can see his fingers shaking. Jen, what's wrong? You're acting super weird. I see him swallow. He looks up at me, eyes strained. Only at that moment, a loud flourish of metal and strings cut through the dirt. Cuts through the din, and the lights go suddenly dim. The crowd gasp, and I throw a confused look around just as a beam of light is directed towards the floor, illuminating a head of cascading blonde hair. Presenting her ladyship, Gidget Francine Bordel. She's there. Look at that fucker. She's absolutely radiant. She raises her head, eyes sparkling, skin glowing. And her dress, it's jaw-droppingly beautiful. A wall of red that plumates the floor. Orlam is at her side, guiding her into the ballroom like a king showing off his queen. And Gidget, she glides along like a variable goddess that's just descended from heaven, throwing gentle smiles at the oohing crowds with each step. For the umpteenth time today, I find myself at a loss of words, and in a tingly warmth is running wild up and down my spine, my legs, my chest. They approach us, the spotlight following them the entire way. Until, with a spin, Gidget detaches herself from Orlam and steps towards me, her hand outstretched. My turn? I step away from Genzo, take her hand. How can I resist the invitation of such a lovely lady? Genzo falls back silently. Then the music starts anew, a brilliant, gorgeous piece that seems to rattle the rafters as it soars toward the sky. Darn, that's a little loud. Cutscene time, hell yeah. I really do like these cutscenes. Okay, the lag between that's a little much, I'd say. A little dangerous. Gidget pulls me in close, then begins to dance. I barely even need to do anything. It all happened so seamlessly, so easy. She flows like an angel of dance, pulling me this way and that, twisting effortlessly in my arms as she spins. I find my breath stolen from me, not only from the flurry of movement, but from the sight of her in all that effulgence, a dazzling whirlwind of red and gold artistry that I can't tear my gaze from. She's so absolutely alive, and I feel myself filled with a kind of vivacity I've never experienced before just looking at her, being with her, moving with her. For a moment, I swear we become one, and I feel her arms on mine, around me. We might as well be the only two in the entire ballroom, spiraling, dazzling under the spotlight. How am I following along? I don't even know at this point. Somehow, my muscles know what to do, know how to hold her, know how to move up and down her body as she spins in against mine, just gazing up into my eyes. Life like a true fairy tale. A picture book climax. The prince holding his princess. The music accelerates, cascading into a tumultuous crescendo that makes my very eyes shudder. And she whips me back and forth, in toward her, close, so close, unbearably close. My body pressed against hers, and her arms around my neck, and her smile, her lips, trembling mere centimeters from my own. And then it's over, the last note ringing for a final second before echoing off into nothingness. One moment, two, both of us just stand there, sweating, breathing, before the crowd bursts into applause around us. Did Orlam get NT-hard? I don't know. I don't know if I'd word it like that. But, I assure you that Orlam, even if he did, has plenty of people he can just yoink in this crowd. You gotta remember, he's kinda got that riz here. If only he were like that in the overworld. Maybe he is like that, and it just doesn't work out because, you know, he isn't a king with influence and whatnot. Gidget laughs, smiles, still just holding me, gazing at me, her face beaming, eyes gleaming. I can feel the heat radiating off her body, the smell that is all too familiar bouquet of her hair, now tinged with sweat. Iggy? She says, and I cock my head to the side curiously. Iggy, will you marry me? I stare at her blankly for a few seconds, the words not quite processing. Then it suddenly hits me, and a wave of something washes over me, the impact like a giant wave right to my stomach. Just like, Deo, will you marry me? It's like, excuse me? We've gone on like maybe one date if you count that dinner. We haven't even made it official that we're a thing, let alone getting asked to be married. Like, holy moly. My voice trembles and I look around. Look at the crowd, everyone watching us anxiously, waiting for my response. I mean, this had to go wrong at some point, right? Everything was going too smoothly without any danger. And of course, this is when this happens. Then my gaze goes to Gidget, to her smile, to her eyes. She's waiting, too. Waiting for me to step up to the plate, to fulfill my duties, to be the man she wants, needs. Our perfect life. I lick my lips, close my eyes. Yes. Then open them. Louder, more confident. Yes, I will. Of course I will. If Gidget's face had been beaming before, it's absolutely incandescent now. With a little cry of happiness, she pulls me back in, hugging me with everything she has, her arms sticky and hot around my neck. Oh, Wow, Iggy, I'm so happy! The crowd erupts again, this time with cheers of congratulations, of laughter and tears and sighs of happy relief. Yes, that's right. This is right. The two of us. We're right. We belong together. We always have. I hug Gidget back, burying my face into her shoulder, a rush of relief washing through me and making my muscles weak and trembly. I am too, I say against her cheek, just holding her, being held, my own cocoon of belonging. You say this is so cute, right, Gelato? This is worrying, is what it is, because, well, the loop ends. It always does. So how is it gonna end this time around? When I glance up and look out into the crowd, I see Genzo and Orlam. Genzo's just staring at me. A look I've never seen before on his face. Orlam has his arm around Genzo's shoulder. He leans in and whispers something, imp-like smile practically brushing against Genzo's ear. Poor Genzo. But then Gidget pulls away, yanking me from my thoughts. And I can see the glimmer of tears in her eyes as she lets out a phlegmy chuckle. We're going to be so happy together. Yes. I pull her in close again, against my side as members of the crowd begin to approach, words of congratulation and adoration on their lips. Yes, we are. And the amount of yes we are's is not convincing. I'm not gonna lie. We spend a while making the rounds after that, and I actually enjoy myself for once. And I'm not actually one to relish in that kind of attention, but the adrenaline running through my veins after everything that's happened apparently takes control, feeds me courage. Talking to people, laughing with people, laughing with Gidget, dancing with Gidget, an hour or so in, however, my nerves are starting to calm down and this social exhaustion catches up with me. I'm no longer able to follow along with the conversation, and everything feels just a little bit too loud, too bright, too all in my face and happening all at once and all around me. I pull Gidget to the side after an especially long conversation with a trio of bearded gentlemen. I feel like I'm starting to fade. You mind if I call it a night? I need some quiet. Gidget glances up from her champagne. Oh, of course, anything for you. Her lips curl upwards and she leans in to give me a quick kiss on the cheek. I'm gonna stay a bit longer. There's still some people I want to talk to. Ay, Dios mío. Stretching like a goofball, like a goober, like a ding dong. Flip of a coin on this one. Let the gods decide. Heads. Just say goodnight. And of course, right. I suddenly feel myself feeling incredibly awkward. Do I return the kiss? Do I just leave it at that? I know we just... And she just... And I just... But... The sweat is gathering beneath my collar again. Everything... Even after everything, little moments like these just still make me so anxious. In the end, I decide to leave it at that. Well, I'll have plenty more time for me to get used to things. Anyway, good night. I'll see you tomorrow then. I scratch my calf with the toe of my shoe, then shift and scratch the other. Have a nice night! She's chopping your nuts off for that. I would not be surprised, I would not be surprised. I duck once, twice, then scuttle off. God, if I'm not the most awkward person alive. Will I ever get better at this? I spot the exit through the crowd and begin toward it. About halfway there, though, I realize I don't actually know where to go or what to do. I look around for Orlam, but he's nowhere to be found. In fact, I realize I haven't seen him for quite a while now. Genzo too. I do a final sweep of the room with my eyes, thinking maybe I just missed him, but no. there's no sign of them anywhere. I chew on the bottom of my lip with a little hum. Then renew my trek toward the door, where I ask one of the attendants if there's a room or something available for me. Of course, right this way, sir. The attendant bows and leads me outside. Thank God. I'm guided up the multiple flights of stairs, fatigue pressing on me with a greater weight with each subsequent landing. Finally, we turned down a hallway lined with ornately carved doors. He opens the second one on the left and beckons me inside. It's delightfully dim inside, nothing but a fluttering candelabra on the bedside table to light the room. You know, I have a feeling I know what's gonna get us killed. Cecil. Cecil, I feel, is gonna murk us. And quiet, too. I can feel my chest start to unclench already. The wonderful silence. It wraps itself around me like a warm blanket. We've prepared night clothes for you on the bed, sir. And if you need anything during the night, simply ring this bell. The attendant gestures towards a small brass bell hanging in the wall by the door. Headshot, motherfucker. Krieg, hail to thee. How are you doing? Oh man, you're here. This is a little awkward. I'm just joking. How are you doing? We are going through this story that's a little too long to explain because it takes more than like 20 hours to finish. Simplest way to explain, group of friends, it's about time you made it. True. Group of friends, they went to Wonderland when they were kids, they're grown up, and they're all fucked in different ways. And now we're going in like a little time loop. This is, I think, time loop, I forgot which number we were on this time around. Because at the end, we die and make some wish, and then we head back to a day or two before we went back into Wonderland. And yeah, we're sort of just stuck here. It's fucked, but it's a good story. It's a great story. Great story. How many loops have we been in at this point? I think this is like loop 4. I know this is arc 4, I think. But I don't know if this is loop 4. Probably loop 4, if it's arc 4. Yeah, something like that. It's a very messy thing, this story. You said the same thing about Silent Hill? Well, Silent Hill, you know, it's a little different. It's a teeny bit different. I like this, though. I love this. I love just great stories like this. It's fun. Oh, thank you, I say clumsily before the attendant bows and walks back out. Do not expect any, like, grand voices. I can't make voices for characters. The closest thing you'll get is whenever I do my woman voice, quote-unquote, which is just me trying to speak a little bit higher in volume. Yolato showed a dead cat last stream. That kind of content is normally banned around. That kind of content is normal around here. Excuse me? What the fuck are you talking about? Do not believe anything Viewbot says. He'll just tell you lies and strange things sometimes. That's alright. We love Viewbot for this. Is that a proposal? Leaving me alone. The sweet serenity of isolation. I take a short jaunt around the room to get my feel of the place, ending up at the bed, where I find the set of blue pajamas waiting for me. Wonderful. I slip them on, anxious to get out of the claustrophobic cage of my suit. Then crawl into the bed, loving the way the soft sheets fold around me like a crepe. Quiet. Wonderful quiet. I stare up at the ceiling, just breathing it in. Tonight was something else. And I still can't quite wrap my head around it. How do I feel about everything? Happy, I guess? I'd gone through a whole whirlwind of different emotions throughout the evening, but now I think I can say with certainty that I can say with certainty that the lingering feeling of that the lingering feeling is happiness, hopefulness. Yes, this definitely feels right. Everything will be fine. I close my eyes, open them, stare again at the ceiling. Somehow my brain is still too active for sleep, even despite the fatigue gripping my body. Yeah, gripping it. And so I just lie there. For how long I don't know. Just basking in the dark. Until there's a knock at the door. Before we go on, I gotta skedaddle to the restroom and also feed my brother, and so I'll be back real quick. I'll give it like 5 minutes. I am returned. What the hell are you two talking about there? Freaking goon break. You need a little sus music to get yourself to climax? That is unfortunate. I'd say that, at least. Feels like that's a little odd, but you know what? To each their own. To each their own. There's a knock at the door. I glanced towards it, wondering at first if I'd simply been hearing things. But when I do nothing for a minute, the knock comes again. I begrudgingly push my way out of the bed and pad across the floor. Open the door. Who would... It's her. Standing shyly on the other side and looking up at me with an almost guilty expression tugging at her lips. Hey, sorry if this is a bit, forward. I run a hand through my curls. No, it's, fine. It's just I couldn't sleep. Kept thinking about everything, then wanted to see you so bad. She brings her hands together, thumb pads kissing. Is it alright if I come in? I throw a glance back at the room. Sure. Then step aside to let her pass. She takes one look around, almost as though feigning hesitation, then promptly lets out a giggle and runs towards the bed. With a bounce, she rolls on top, bringing all the sheets sudden around her like a cocoon. Oh, Iggy, I'm so happy! Oh yeah, we just got married today, I guess. Forgot to mention that part. We just got married, Krieg. Or she proposed, and then we said yes, for some reason. Social expectation. You cheating motherfucker. Listen, I'm not the one getting married. Iggy is the one getting married. Big difference there. I'm just perusing this land as Iggy, okay? The sight of her wriggling around like a little caterpillar beneath the sheets made me smile in spite of myself, and I wondered over. You busted on me with love! Listen. We don't talk about that here, Krieg. We don't talk about that here. I apologize for my comment. Apologize harder. I like it when they plead. I am too. Still reeling a bit from everything, but I'm happy. Really happy. She pops back up, her head poking out from the... What? Her head poking out of the sheets. You are harder? Wait, that means not what I meant? Yes, this is odd. I am equally confused. What was I reading? She pops back up, her head poking out of the sheets. I know, same. Honestly, I don't really know what came over me. It just felt so right. So, like I had to do it. And then when you said yes, I was like, like, I can't even contain myself. Everything just feels like it's falling into place. Oh my god. I mean, that hurts my voice a little. Doing a, like, quote-unquote girl voice. My voice is already high-pitched enough as it is. I don't need to break my voice to make it higher. Jeez Louise. Too late. I know. Perfect. It was perfect, she laughs, throwing her arms out to the side, sending the sheets around her billowing. Hopefully she does not try to bang us this time around, because I swear to God. That has happened in, like, almost every loop, she's tried to bang us. And that's a big no-no. Big no-no for Iggy boy. I sit down on the edge of the bed, just watching her with a little smile on my face. Though after a moment, my smile twitches. Just ever so slightly. Perfect. Is it really perfect? I once again find my thoughts returning to Gidget's word in the car. To the words I directed at her so many years ago. To junior high, Gidget crouched beneath the trees, mud painting her cheeks and knees. Even to as recent as tonight. Genzo's words back in the ballroom. Gidget, I say with a shudder in my voice. Gidget, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. A pause. About something I said a long time ago. Gidget turns and looks at me. Tilts her head. Smiles. What is it, Iggy? She begins crawling toward me. There's something I regret. Regret? She takes my cheeks in her hands with a playful grin. There's no regret here, Iggy. No, I mean, just listen to me. Now she laughs. Look at you, all flustered. How could there be anything to regret? You're perfect. We're perfect. Everything's perfect. Her arms go around my neck and she pulls me in close for a kiss. Regret implies there's something wrong. She smiles against my lips. There's nothing wrong with us. Nothing could ever be wrong with us. Everything's happened exactly as it should. A dream come true, like a fairy tale. She squeezes me tighter, to the point that tiny pinpricks of sweat begin rising up along the back of my neck. To the point that I lose track of what I've been trying to say. What was it again? Bro, you cannot be pulling a me right now. I can't seem to remember. I'm lost. Lost in her. That's right. How could anything be wrong with this, about us? Yes, you wait until she tries to unclothe you again. Then everything's gonna come flowing back. She pulls back with a sigh, just gazing down at my face, running her hands through my hair again and again. You're so cute. Her hands go to my cheeks. My own little Iggy. Something pings in the back of my head, and my jaw goes tight on instinct. Cold snips and snaps across my arms. But Gidget doesn't seem to notice. Come here. She tugs at my collar, pulling me toward the top of the bed. I just want to lie with you, my adorable groom-to-be. I swallow my misgivings and do as I'm told, falling down on the pillow beside her, just gazing into her eyes. She murmurs, bringing a thumb to my cheek, tracing it gently, lovingly. It admittedly feels good, the soft touch of her fingers brushing across my cheek and Shen combing through my hair, scratching at my scalp. I close my eyes and just focus on the soothing touch, willing myself to get lost in it, get lost in her. I love you, Iggy. My eyes pop back open, her cheeks are flushed pink, her pupils trembling. Do we flip the coin again? Or do we just make a choice? Do I be a man about it? Because last time we flipped the coin. You know what? This is my stream. I can do whatever I want. I can flip as many coins flips as I want. I swear if it lands on head again, though. Where did I put my coin? There it is. Reached into my pocket, and there it lies, all warm now, because it was in my pocket. You have to flip a coin to tell your wife if you love her or not? Listen, we know where this is fucked. You and me know where this is weird. And maybe... maybe not a thing. I don't even know if there's a right option here. Some of these options, I don't know if there's like a right choice, or if it's just... Because I know the choices, as Carrot said, affect the, like, ending? Like, the epilogue. But that's about it. That's about all there is. As far as I know. We can just keep pretending. Or we can just ... Lurk. Have a good lurk, Krieg. Hope you enjoyed yourself. I almost, like, the coin almost left my hand when I, like, flipped it up and went out to reach for it. Tails. Ooh. Tails this time around. That's I... Do I? It's finally starting to dawn on me how fast this is moving. Do I really? I see Gidget's brow twitch at my hesitation, her eyes darkening. What are you waiting for? Something cold brushes across the back of my neck, like a shadow oozing across my skin. Stop trying to fight it. Gidget's just staring at me now, her eyes trembling. She needs me. Don't you get it? I don't have a choice. My lips tingle with it. The words I need to say. This is who you are. The words all of this have been leading to. The path that's been laid out for me. The path to her. Happiness. Make her happy. I love you too. The moment the words leave my mouth, a warm heat spreads across my cheeks. But it feels good. A good heat. A comforting heat. A right heat. Gidget's face softens, and I swear I can see the glimmer of tears in her eyes. I've waited to hear you say that for so long. She leans in toward me, her nose practically touching. Our noses practically... I can't fucking read. Our noses practically touching. I'll do everything to make you happy, Iggy. Then she kisses me again. But from the start, I can tell this one is different. She's gonna try and ship boing again. A strange sense of forcefulness to it, as though searching for something, needing something, craving something. I fight back the alarm bells that start ringing in my head. No, this is fine. It's fine. You're fine. You're fine. But this last one is more of an order to myself than an observation. Watch closely, Krieg. Don't tell him that. That makes it sound fucking ominous as shit. And it is, but you know. Her lips feed on me, deeper, moving and sliding, and I feel her tongue. I slip inside before I realize it's there, seeking me out, lapping at my insides. Then her hands find mine. They pull me towards her chest. And with the start, I realize she already has her nightgown undone. With a startle, I think. She clutches my hands to her breast, and my fingers sink into the skin. It all happens so fast. So fast I can't keep up. My head beating, beating. Cold, sticky tendrils racing up on my spine. I want you to touch me, Iggy. I want you to feel me. These parts of me are just for you. And I can barely hear over the sound of my racing heart. I've always hated them, but I need to for her. I know you like them. I need to be what she needs. They're yours, Iggy. I clenched my eyes shut, then began kneading the skin with my fingers. She mows against my lips, gasps. That feels so good. The sounds, her words, all they do is send more and more chills up and down my arms. Her eyes narrow impishly. The things I'd love for you to do, she grins as she bites down on my lips. My cute little rabbit. Her hands are roving across my chest now. But we have plenty of time, all the time in the world, and tonight, just for you. She follows with her mouth, letting her lips race down my neck, tickling my collarbone. She pushes my shirt so she can run her tongue down my chest, picking and pecking with her mouth. Fuck. I grip my teeth together. Keep it together, Iggy. Keep it together, Iggy. This is what you signed up for. The moment you said yes, now you have a duty to fulfill. She wanders lower. Now her fingers are on the elastic of my pajama bottoms, and I feel her tug them down. Feel the cool air hit my skin. I bring my hand to my face, clutching my eyes. I can't look. Won't look. My chest is so tight I can't breathe, and my whole body is starting to shake. It starts as a light tremor, then grows and morphs into a quake that makes my teeth rattle against each other, muscles spasming out of control. Ah, looks like little someone needs to wake up, I hear Gidget giggle to herself. I can feel her breath against my skin as it as it puffs out in hot little bursts. Don't worry, that can be fixed. Gidget, stop! It comes out before I can stop it. I shout from the base of my lungs that comes tumbling out between my clattering teeth. It's quiet a moment. Then, I feel her pull back, which is enough for me. I grab the sides of my pants and pull them back up in a half-frenzied tug, curling in on myself in the process. What's wrong? Did I do something wrong? I don't miss the tiny tremble in her voice. No, it's not you. It's not you at all. It's me. What do you mean? She pushes herself up onto her elbows, looking at me curiously. I sigh, lick my lips. My throat feels unbelievably tight, and I can't look at her, can't face her. I keep my head ducked, gaze pointed at my curled toes. I should have told you earlier. I tried. I really did. Another breath. I try to swallow, and the pit gets stuck in my throat. But like sexual things, they make me really uncomfortable. She's quiet. Deathly quiet. Wait, you don't like sex? I can already feel the buildup of shame in my belly. It crawls up over me like a cold, wet blanket. No. More silence. Was honestly the closest I've ever gotten before. I wince. Maybe it'll get better. Maybe it'll go away. I don't know. Maybe I just need more time. You couldn't have told me this sooner? The abrupt tone of her voice catches me off guard. It sends a shiver up my spine, and I finally look up. To see her peering down at me blankly. I tried to, but Gidget brings her fingers to her temples, massaging them in frustration. How the hell is that supposed to work then, huh? We can't have a family? Is that what you're telling me? And what about my needs? Are they just thrown out the window? Is that it? What? No, I sit up, shaky arms pressing into the cush of the mattress. Sex scares you. Viewbot's just like, sex scares me too, Yolotl. I'm glad you were brave enough to say this on stream. Shut up, I'm reading what they're saying. You can't you're trying to break the tension with humor, and I'm gonna break your head for that. Oh, fellow. My insides are quickly knotting themselves into painful snarls of nausea. We can figure things out. I know we can. We can find ways to make sure we are both happy, you know? There's definitely ways. As long as we both love each other, we can make it work. We can make it work? How? I can't even touch you? I can't even lie with the man I love? I'm just gonna have to live with a nun for the rest of my life? You're getting curb stomped by me after stream? Yes, that's exactly what's happening. She rubs at her eyes, palms scratching the skin of her cheeks. This can't be happening. Why is this happening? I don't really know who she's talking to at this point, but I try reaching a shaky hand toward her shoulder. Gidget, please, after everything I've done to be perfect for you, so you don't want me. That was apparently all pointless, huh? You'll never want me anyway, huh? Wow, what a shocker. You know how to make a girl feel special, Iggy. Gidget, stop. It's not like that. And imagine my mother. Hey, Mom, I finally got hitched, but you'll never guess what? He doesn't fuck. Fancy that. Guess you still won't be getting those grandchildren. Gidget. I'm so stupid. I'm so fucking stupid. Everything was pointless. Everything I've done. How could I have ever thought I'd be happy, that I deserved anything beyond the shit I've had to put up with? She flies off the bed in a rage, stomping toward the window. Just standing there in the faint light of the moon. And I can see her arms shaking, her toes curling into the carpet. And I feel myself grow small, so small. My body crumples onto the mattress. Silence. Absolute silence. I don't know what to do. My heart feels like it's been torn into 1,000 tiny pieces. And the shame. So much shame. It's eating me from the inside out. My body's still shivering. It's out of control now. And when I curl my arms around my chest, I feel goosebumps up and down my skin. And I feel the energy to climb back up under the covers. And the moment my head hits the pillow, the tears begin leaking down my cheeks. I'm sorry, I say softly. So softly I don't even know if she hears me or not. I'm so sorry. She stays there a while. A long while. So long I wonder if she's even still there. Then finally I hear her footsteps nearing the bed. A creak as she climbs on, approaches. Her hand goes to my head, her fingers running through my hair. Softly, gently. Noah say, "Are you okay, Carrot?" Shut up. Be silent. I'm gonna give you a timeout for like 10 minutes. Then she's lying down next to me, arms encircling me as she curls herself around my back. I can feel her face against my neck, feel her breath against my skin. "It's okay," she says softly, her voice like a flickering candle in the dark. "We'll make it work." I feel her sigh into my hair. "Everything's gonna be just fine." Feel her arms give me a possessive squeeze. "I'll fix this." The words "I'll fix this" do not bring confidence to the healthiness of this relationship at all. The next time I open my eyes, it's morning, and sun is pouring in from the window to paint warm squares of light across the sheets. I felt a nice patch of drool on the pillow, and a thin layer of crust has built up in the corners of my eyes. I blink, yawn, roll over to my other side. Gidget is still asleep next to me. She's on her back, face pointed at the ceiling, and jaw slack. Thin, whistling snores punctuated her breath. I smile, then frown. Last night, the gurgle of nausea returns to my belly, and I have to clench my cheeks to my eyes shut to ward it off. I try not to think about it. Everything. Everything will be fine. It'll work out. And I have to hope that. Keeping my thoughts trained on anything but that is liable to send my mind down a dark path I won't soon return from. So instead I reach over and gently take Gidget's hand in mine, softly intertwining my fingers in hers. She gives a little snort in her sleep, but otherwise doesn't move. I smile and let my eyes flutter closed. Maybe I'll sleep just a little more. I'm given all of 2 minutes before the sound of approaching footsteps catches my attention. And not just any footsteps, fast footsteps. And strangely crisp, like someone is slapping the floor or running barefoot. The door slams open, and I sit up with a start, my heart leaping up somewhere up near my voice box. Next to me, Gidget groans with a wince of her brows. It's Cecil. And looking altogether more like the smoothly dressed, unflappable Cecil I've become too familiar with over the past 48 hours or so. He's wearing nothing but his boxers, and his normally slicked down hair is a flurred mess of curls. "Cecil?" Gidget pushes herself up on her elbows, brows raised in confusion. There you are. Cecil wipes at his forehead. I woke up late and ran to your room, but you weren't there, and I admit I may have panicked slightly. When he sees the two of us just staring at him, it seems to finally register that what he must look like, because his gaze drops to his appearance and he instantly straightens. Apologies, ma'am. I appear to be a bit out of sorts. Gidget rests her chin on her hand with a little wink. It's okay, Cecil. It looks like you had fun. This seems to only increase his discomfort, and he promptly drops his gaze. I am to inform you that breakfast is served in the kitchen whenever you're ready. That sounds great. Thank you so much. It'll take us a bit to get to It'll take us a bit to get ready though, so feel free to go make yourself presentable. Gidget is having a hard time holding in her laughter. Thank you, ma'am. Cecil gives one bow, then another, then ducks out the door. I hear the sound of his bare feet padding away from the door. Talk about a jump start to your morning, Gidget turns to me with a grin. Shall we get ready then? She looks back to herself. No sign of the burst of anger from last night, and her eyes still soften when she looks at me. This assuages the lingering anxiety I hadn't even realized had been playing cat's cradle with my ribs. Cat's cradle? What the hell is that a reference to? I don't think I've ever heard that term before. Sounds good. It doesn't take us too long to get ready. Gidget heads back to her room for a change of clothes, and I find my own clothes freshly cleaned and pressed on one of the chairs. Interesting, but I paid the strangeness of it no mind, instead slipping them on with all the grace of a half-dozing sloth. I hope there will be coffee for us. When I open the door to step out into the hallway, I'm greeted by a rabbit attendant. Shall I take you to breakfast, sir? He asks with a bow. Oh, sure. That sounds good, yeah. Another bow. Then we're on our way, through the corridors and down the grand staircase, past other attendants, cleaning, dusting, and polishing the castle trimmings. I'm reunited with Gidget and Cecil in front of a large set of double doors. Gidget gives me a little one-over before her eyes stop halfway up my frame. She lets out a giggle, and I look down to see my fly open. Oh, for fuck's sake. Cheeks burning, I quickly zip up my front. This is already shaping up to be a great day. This way, please. The nearest attendant ushers us along, then opens the door to reveal a grand dining hall with long table stretched across the center. The table is already piled high with food: eggs, toast, meats, and cheeses, bowls and bowls of fruits. My eyes practically bug out of my head as my stomach gives an unsightly growl. We're guided to the far end of the table, where we're seated to the right of the grand throne at the head. This looks amazing, Gidget has her hands to her cheeks as she takes in the sight of the feast. She's not wrong, though admittedly the sight of it sends a little curricle of anxiety up through my belly. I shake it away. Right as the far door bursts open, sending me half out of my share in surprise. My dear friends, so good to see you alive and well on this fine morn, Orlam waltzes in, arms outstretched as though about to give some sort of proclamation. I trust you both slept well? Oh yes, very well, thank you. Gidget is all smiles. Everything was just lovely. Orlam slides over, hands clasped behind his back and shit-eating grin practically engulfing his face. He passes by Cecil, standing against the back wall, and I don't miss the little smirk he shoots him. Cecil straightens up with a cough. Wonderful, wonderful, yes. Orlam slides onto the throne, lolling lounging back onto the pillows, then grabs a glass from the table and raises it in the air. One of the attendants rushes over to fill it with juice. I like to make sure my guests are well taken care of. Well, you've certainly outdone yourself with this feast. Gidget reaches forward to grab a muffin from a nearby basket of pastries. Yes. The benefits of staying the night, This would be a new experience for you. Orlam swirls with the juice in his glass. Perhaps the invitation here... Perhaps the invitation has never been enticing enough. Gidget bites down onto the muffin in disinterest. And I don't miss the way Orlam's eyes follow her every movement. Until they suddenly shift to me. You're being awfully quiet there, Iggy. I straightened up with a start. Me? Orlam tilts his head with an amused grin. Tired from the night's activities? I cough, reach for my glass, and promptly down half of my glass of juice. Fortunately, the door in the back opens at this moment, and a rabbit dressed in kitchen attire wheels in a large cart with more trays of food. Their silver lids gleaming in the chandeliers. Ah, perfect. The main course. Orlam scratches idly at the underside of his throat, simply watching as the attendant approaches the table. We're each given a steaming plate of food, a gorgeous arrangement of potatoes, eggs, and greens with sizzling sausage steak at the center. People steak. I forget. I have to remember that. Like, this is all made out of people. My stomach growls for the second time, and I quickly dig in, taking to it as though I haven't eaten in days. Smells amazing, Gidget sighs next to me before doing the same. I see her cut off a piece of the steak and bring it to her lips. Her cheeks flush pink with joy. I make it 3 or 4 bites in before I notice that Orlam is watching us. He has his chin in his hand, just sitting there, a little smile playing on his face. I pause, blink. What is it? Orlam just laughs. Oh, nothing. Just happy you're enjoying your meals is all. I raise a brow as I bring another bite to my tongue, chewing on it slowly. As I swallow, I come to a realization. I look out across the table. At the empty chairs. At the far door. Back at Orlam. Where's Genzo? I finally ask. Gidget's head pops up at this. Oh, true. I haven't seen him since last night. Now both of us are staring at Orlam. Looking at Orlam. His face hasn't changed. Still staring at us. You're still supposed to feel bad for Orlam? We're not having this conversation again. Sitting, still just smiling. Then, his eyes widen ever so slightly, pupils dilating, and his smile, it spreads and spreads, curling upward, taking over his whole face. I see him start to shake before I hear the shuckle. It begins as a nasally twitter, then grows into a throaty warble that makes the tips of his bangs shudder. Finally, his head cocks backwards, the goughs racking his entire body, and he falls back onto the pillow of his throne, hand to his forehead. He laughs and laughs and laughs. He laughs as though he can't even control himself, a high-pitched chipmunk-like series of shrieks that bubbles up from his laughs and from his lungs and echoes throughout the entire hall. The bro is having the time of his life, huh? His legs come up, kicking out in fits of delirious ecstasy, his feet slapping against the arms of his throne. But he can't seem to finish the thought, tears glimmering in the corner of his eyes as the laughter continues to monopolize his larynx. Larynx? Yes. Then, in a shrill squawk that robs the air of my lungs, "You're eating him!" My muscles freeze. and for a moment it feels like my heart itself has stopped. I glance down at my plate, at the steak half eaten, just lying there in its pool of juices. My fork falls from my fingers, and I bring my hands to my mouth, eyes bulging. No. No. It can't. He couldn't have. It happens before I can stop it. Like an eruption from my stomach, bile and stomach acid rising. My shoulders heave, and I vomit everything I've eaten straight onto the plate. It lands with a sickening splatter all over my plate and silverware. It just makes Orlam crackle even louder. He pounds his fist into the pillows on his throne, tears streaming down his eyes. I can't seem to move, can't seem to comprehend. Next to me, Gidget looks similarly horrified, her face a sickly gray and her hands to her throat. Finally, something inside me must snap because I scooch back from the table with a ear-splitting swish of my chair, raised to my feet, my knees shaking. The room feels like it's spinning, and I bring my hands to my head to try to steady myself. Orlam is sitting up now, still blinking back tears. You don't like it? Pity! And here I thought we'd have such a long future together. Guards, he squeals, the laughter returning. Seize them now! The door flings open, guards surging into the room, which is enough to clear my head in an instant. I throw a terrified glance at Gidget, who's already up and out of her own chair. This music is a little loud. Let me turn it down, because even for me it's a little much. There we go. That's a little more doable. I throw a horrified glance at Gidget, who's already up and out of her own chair, Cecil pulling her to her feet. We need to get out now. We need to get out. The door in the back. I barely have time to yell before I'm leaping out of reach of an oncoming guard. Then I'm running, my heart beating out of my chest and head going 120 miles an hour. I go sailing shoulder first into the door, Gidget and Cecil right behind me, and I find myself in the castle kitchens. A second later, a guard bursts through after us, and I let out a scream, jumping to the right and out of reach of his groping arms just in time. I hit the ground hard, the pain shooting up through my spine, but I don't let it stop me. Can't let it stop me. Already, my fingers are crawling at the ground in an attempt to pull further distance between myself and the yellow eyes of that rabbit, at that raging rabbit. Gidget! I screech as I scramble to my feet. I see her, on the other side of the guard, behind Cecil, and throwing horrified glances back and forth between me and our assailant. I fling an arm out. Just go! Find a way out! Anywhere you can! Then grab a pot of the nearby rack and throw it at the rabbit's head. This stops him for all but 1 second, then he's charging toward me. I allow myself one more glance at Gidget, enough to see Cecil dragging her in the opposite direction before I turn tail and run. I go careening around a tray of piled high with dirty dishes. The momentum and the slick surface of the tiles doesn't do me any favors, and I go flying into a rabbit cook carrying a tray of freshly baked pie crusts. The cook yelps, and the crusts go flying. I go flying, scooting past him, grabbing onto anything I can to propel me forward faster. There's cooks everywhere, scurrying from one station to the next, holding food and ingredients and utensils. Oven doors opening, kitchen knives hacking at bone. I don't even have time to think. All I do is run, skirting between our culinary scene after the next. Skirting between one culinary scene after the next and eliciting more screams as I go. Behind me, the guard continues charging, pushing his way through with little regard to the additional havoc he's wreaking. Around the next corner, I spy a gleaming cooling rack packed full of trays. I fling it toward me, giving it a hurried, desperate shake and sending the trays toppling out all over the floor in a cacophony of tiny crashes. This draws the attention of a nearby cook armed with a set of thongs. He shouts something I can't make out before charging forward, and I let out a yelp as I roll out of the way. Crawling through falling food scrap, scrambling and scurrying across the tile as my heart threatens to beat straight out of my chest. And finally, I see a door ahead of me. And with a final burst of raw adrenaline, I go barreling through it, bursting out on the other side with such force that I'm nearly sent straight back to the floor. There we go. See, I can say sentences. Sometimes. Do not get me to read anything, ever. Then, sudden calm, throws me off guard for a moment. I'm back in a hallway of some sort. A long, empty hallway lined with doors. I wiped at my forehead, trying to figure out what to do, my mind racing. But at the sound of yelps and crashing cutlery beyond the door behind me, I realize I don't have time to sit here and sort things out. I take off for the nearest door, rushing it open and throwing myself inside. Then I just sit there, my back to the door, my heart beating, sweat leaking down my neck. In another moment, I hear sounds from outside. Heavy metal footsteps, a whole flurry of them. But though they stop for a second, they ultimately carry on down the hall, echoing off the floor and ceiling. My shoulders fall and I let out a breath I hadn't even realized I'd been holding. I'm safe, for now. I let the silence wash over me, allowing it to calm my racing heart. Then throw a glance up at my surroundings. Where am I? It's dim, but not so dim I can't see. And when I step forward, the ground crunches beneath my feet, and I look down with a start. Straw? The whole floor is covered with it. The sight sends an uncomfortable gurgle up through my belly. Who's there? The voice makes me jump. Okay, Genzo? It's low and phlegmy and small, so lost in all the darkness. And with a pang that threatens to rend my heart in half, I realize I already know who it is. I take a step forward, and another, until I'm close enough to see him. I drop to my knees. My whole body is shaking. Genzo, my voice catches. Oh boy. They cut his goddamn eyes out. I mean, he otherwise looks fine. They just took his sight again, so he cannot see again. So, okay, did Orlam lie then when he told us that we ate him? Or did he just like cut pieces of him to give to us? Because clearly he's here. I guess we'll see. His arms are chained to the wall, his upper half slumped forward and heavy against the restraints. There's a white cloth wrapped around his eyes. Only it's no longer white. It's red, practically black with blood. Dried and caked, layers and layers of it, and staining his cheeks in heavy streaks that wind their way all the way down past his chin and throat. Thick, crusty lesions adorn his body in haphazard patterns, skin pulling and curling away from the muscle beneath the melted fabric of his clothes. And oh, I see. He was, in fact, given to us to eat, 'cause his legs are gone. Well, that solves that little inquiry. I bring a hand to my mouth, my fingers trembling. His legs are gone. cut off mid-thigh, stumps, stumps capped with bloody bandages, two fleshy lumps sinking into the straw. Is that you, Iggs? Something about the way he says it sends tears to my eyes, and I have to clutch my hand to my mouth to stop the wail from leaving my throat. It's me, I say softly once I regain control of my voice. It's me. I bring my hands to his cheeks, thumbs trembling against the skin. Sorry, he coughs, never got to congratulate you last night. I clench my teeth together so hard I'm surprised my teeth don't crack. White hot sears at the back of my throat. Probably won't be able to throw that bachelor party for you either. Genzo. Oh my, what a tear-jerker. I jerk back, heart thrumming against the sides of my chest. I can already taste the bile rising to the back of my throat. He's there, just watching us from the other side of the room. So quiet, I hadn't even heard him come in. Orlam? Orlam oozes forward like a shadow in the night, Bang casting his face in a lurid contrast. His bony fingers are wrapped around the handle of the butcher knife, and he's twisting it back and forth in a casual inspection, almost as though bored. Unfortunately, I am more partial to comedies. Already too much tragedy in my life. Why not fill it with laughter instead? I was laughing quite a lot last night, wasn't I, Genzo dear? Genzo winces, drops his gaze. Orlam draws closer, and I instinctively scurry backwards, pushing myself up and to my feet with a swallowed gasp. But Orlam isn't interested in me. He wanders towards Genzo with a little shake of his head, tut-tutting beneath his breath. It was show-stopping, wouldn't you agree? A grand spectacle worthy of the stage. And all of it orchestrated so perfectly. He descends with an almost graceful fluidity, mounting Genzo's lap and cradling the other man's shin in his hand. We repraised our roles so well. The heartbroken drunk, the hopeful. Both of us desperately clawing and scrapping for something just out of reach. Honestly, this is eerily similar to that, after prom. What a fucked up thing. It's just, everything is just so fucked. I don't even have proper words for it. Is there a way to interact with Orlam in a way that, we can convince him to not be so psychotic? I guess the answer is no, technically. He traces his face up the side of Genzo's cheek, up onto his hair, eyes closing as he breathes it in. For a second, he doesn't move. Then a smile. It grows and grows, stretching across his face like a snake uncoiling itself. But this time, a laugh, shuddering at the base of his throat. This time, I made sure you couldn't leave afterwards. Now, as his whole shoulders are shaking with it, laughter spilling off his tongue as his fingers wrap themselves around a handful of Genzo's hair. Let's see you run away on those little legs of yours now. His eyes go wild, teeth grinding together as he pulls Genzo's head backwards, only for him to abruptly stop, face going blank. He turns around, looks at me. His eyes dilate. Then he smiles. Iggy. he sings as he raises to his feet. You really have gotten in over your head this time, haven't you? Oblivious little Icky. Oh, who only wants to make everyone happy. But you can't. That's the problem, see? Maybe it is the problem. Because our Wonderland doesn't actually exist. This isn't a place where all of us can be happy. He spreads his arms in a grand show of pageantry. So you can try all you like, but the ending will always be the same. He drops his arms, his head shakes his head. Just what am I gonna do with you? He set the title, holy shit! He sure did, Viewbot, he sure did. Then starts towards me. With a panic twist of my heart, I jerk backwards. Back across the straw so fast my feet slip out from underneath me and I go down hard. But still, I keep crawling away until my back hits the wall and my hands dig into the straw, breath hot and fast and on my lips. All I can do is look up at him as he walks over, the stone wall cold against my back, straw poking against my palms. My arms, my legs, my lips, everything shaking. A guttural sense of hopelessness running through my veins. Orliam seems unpaused, unhurried in his approach. Yeah, he's like very casual, casual killing right here that he's about to perform. He simply stands over me for a moment, eyes lidded in apathy, before his face twists into a grin. He's on me in a flash, up and in my lap, bony hips pressed against mine as his hands go to my shoulders. Shh. He smiles, sweetly almost, affectionately. It's okay. Look at you, trembling like a lost kitten. He threads his fingers through my hair, softly combing my curls again and again. We can decide what to do with you together, Wouldn't you like that? You'd like that, wouldn't you? I respond with a hic in the back of my throat. A nod. I try to blink back tears gathering in my face, but that just sends them down my cheeks instead. The first option is, of course, the standard option. You have been a bit naughty after all, sneaking into my stalls and fraternizing with one of my high security prisoners. He brings the knife up, pushing the flat side of it up against my cheek and twisting my head first left, then right. He tilts his head. Such violations would normally be enough to send you straight into the pot, he emphasizes with each word by slapping the knife against my cheek. Then sits back with a shrug. However, I am nothing if not a benevolent ruler, a humanitarian, you might say. Plus, we do have such a long history together, don't we? Now the knife goes to my throat. He traces the tip of it down the collar of my shirt, tugging it against the fabric. There are other roles you might fill around the castle, places where you could be useful. Then lower across my chest and carving a shallow groove into the skin that quickly becomes dotted with pinpricks of blood. Of course, I can't let you off that easily. So you'll still need to allow me a taste. But from where, Lower, across my belly, where the skin is softer and the knife digs deeper. Perhaps something you won't miss? Lower, cutting a straight line down from my belly button, my breath coming out faster and faster, hyperventilating. That would certainly make our mutual friends jealous, wouldn't it? But that's okay. I've taken over for him. He's a part of me now. Now I'm the one with the irreverent witticism, the crown-pleasing antics, the dashing sense of disregard for society's rules. Lower. The entire tip of the knife is sunk inside the skin and now blood swelling up around like a around it like a font. Like a font? What? Yeah, like a font. I don't know what that means, but sure. My vision is warping, twisting in and out, dots dancing across my eyes. What about you, Iggy? What will I get after devouring you, I can just barely make out the shape of his head dropping. And the feel of his tongue against my skin, the warm and soft as he laps up the growing puddle of blood. Will everyone love me, Iggy? Fuck, I can't. I feel my eyes rolling back. And that's when I see it. Something dark behind him, hazy and contorted. A shadow rising up like a beast out of the gloom. I only have a split second to question my eyesight before... Leave my fiancé the fuck alone! Gidget screams a deep guttural cry and sinks a pair of kitchen shears straight into the back of Orlam's neck. Orlam's body goes completely rigid against mine, his eyes stretched wide in surprise. I look at him. He looks at me. The tip of the scissors has pierced its way all the way through the front of his windpipe. The both of us watch as a bubble of blood forms between his lips, larger and larger before popping across his chin. It forms a gooey waddle of red saliva from his bottom lip that drips down into my shirt. Ew, not the icky sound, that's nasty. Gidget yanks the scissors back out. The gush of blood that follows splashes up and onto her hands, face, dress, a brilliant wash of spattered, speckled crimson. It colors the very air red, the smell of it filling my nose and lungs. Orlam shudders, then crumples. And that will be where I leave this one off for today, my kindred. Goodness gracious, that was a fucking ride, huh? Well, things did go wrong. As I was, keep streaming. No, I must consume nutrients. That would be kind of cool. Oh my god. What a fucking... I guess the question now is what happens next, you know? And where's Cecil? Because he should be with her. Unless Cecil's been murdered by... It would not surprise me if homegirl Gidget kind of killed Cecil just to get to us. Because she's, wild. You can't keep doing that. You gotta end after Iggy dies. Well, he's already basically dead. No need to worry about that. A knife through the throat is bound to fucking do that. Anyhow, glad you guys are here for this. Glad you guys are here for just this. Because, reading this alone is different than reading it with people, considering how good of a story it is, in my opinion. Very good story. Not much to really theorize on. There's a couple of things that were confirmed, like Gidget's disliking of her form, let's say it like that, and what that might entail. Yeah, to watch was fun though. It was. Thank you for saying so. I bid thee farewell. I hope you all have a great rest of your mornings, afternoons, evenings, and nights, wherever you are. May the gods bless you. May the stars shine in your honor. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your loved ones. Tomorrow, I don't know what we'll do. I think I'll play another horror game. This one, an RPG Maker-esque game. I don't have anybody to raid today, so that'll be all. Bye!